What was that, Joe? Couldn't.
I said, that's for the technology people, even though they're sitting right there.
I think we have to come up with a button. I think we push a button.
Well, he pushed that button, but the sheriff will run up here.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to open the meeting for December 12th, 2023. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Freedom.
Roll call will show that we have Commissioner Lenzmeyer not present yet today. First item on the agenda for us is the approval of the agenda. Board members, you can review the agenda, and also Dr. Williams, are there any potential changes or anything's
Not
different?
from my end, no, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the agenda.
Okay, a motion to approve the agenda
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the next item we have is the consent agenda. Okay, board members, you have items E 1 through 13. Are there any of those items that you would like to pull for further discussion? Items 1 through 13?
Mr. Chair, I'll move the consent agenda if nobody has any
Okay.
questions.
Motion to approve the consent agenda
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Clark. Any discussion on those? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on to administration.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Excuse me. There's a number of items, 6 items under administration this morning. And the first one is to approve a contract award for the Justice Center Architectural Services. And we're quite excited for us to enter the next phase of the Justice Center planning process and decision-making process. And we're going to, you're going to hear from an architect firm that brings really a wealth of talent and experience in the kinds of projects that we're entering into. And Mr. Cornick's going to make the rest of the presentation, I believe. Welcome, Scott.
Morning. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Cornick, the Facilities Director for Stearns County. Joining me today is Heather Betcher, the county's Procurement Manager, and Scott Fettig, the owner of Klein McCarthy Architects. Next slide, please. So we're here today to request board approval of a contract between the county and Klein McCarthy Architects. Back in August 22nd, the board authorized a request for qualifications for an architect and a construction manager. The construction manager, that one will come before you at a future date. But for today, we're working on the architect. The request for qualification contained a history of the justice system, an overview of the previous studies, and a general scope of work for the project. The executive committee evaluated the initial responses that were submitted, created a short list for in-person interviews. From there, the firms were scored and reevaluated using the same criteria for each step, both the written and the in-person interviews. And the committee came to an agreement and began negotiations with Klein McCarthy Architects, and I think we have an amicable contract for you to review today. So, next slide. So the request for qualification consisted of 2 parts: a written response to the request, in which we asked really 4 key items, and then an in-person interview where we asked each firm to build on those initial 4 items. So we focused in 4 key areas: the firm's past performance and professional references, the team qualifications and staff experience more on an individual level, their understanding of the project. So we gave them all the information and had them sort of read back to us, what, are you seeing this the way we're seeing it? Are you seeing the problems that we're having? Picking up on all the nuances that are present. And most importantly to I think the committee and for sure me was their approach to the project. How are you going to help us get to where we need to get to, based on your understanding of the project? So those were the four key focuses that we used to evaluate each team. So next slide. So we had a total of 4 architectural firms submit a response to the RFQ. After an initial scoring, we selected 3 firms back for the in-person interview. Those 3 firms were asked to submit their cost data to procurement under seal that we kept sealed until after all the evaluations were complete and we had selected our highest scoring firm. So once our evaluations were done, we entered negotiations with Klein McCarthy, really looking to make sure that we had a scope of work that we thought was acceptable, covered all our bases, cost, information, making sure that we were on the same page with what our expectations were, knowing that we have some decisions that we need to make and it could impact some of that fee. And then really down to the terms of contract terms all the way around, insurance and all those provisions that go with it. So the final proposed contract has been reviewed by the executive committee and the county attorney's office, along with some consultation with MCIT from an insurance and risk standpoint. So today we're here to request the board approve a contract with Klein McCarthy. So next slide. So a couple of significant contract items we wanted to highlight. As was described in the RFQ, we had asked for, and this contract contains a lump sum for pre-design and schematic design for 2 separate sites. That fee can be reduced if we reach a decision on a site really at any point in the process. You know, we owe them for the work they've done to that date, but we can let the other site go. So after that, once we have a schematic design approved, there's a percentage fee for the rest of their work. So that would be all the way through design development to the end of construction. That percentage fee is based on a term called the cost of work, which is about 85% of the budget. It excludes things like land cost and unused contingencies and owner labor, those kinds of things. So the county has the right to terminate the contract for its convenience at any point in the process. If we decide we need to go a different direction, we have that ability. Reimbursables such as mileage and their insurance, other travel costs, things like that, we'll reimburse at actual cost. So we're not taking a markup on any of that. And then we increased our insurance requirements on the recommendation of MCIT to 10 million and 10 million coverage, which is almost double, I think, what is generally seen in the industry. So just due to the size and scope of the project, we felt that was important. So next slide. So in your packet that you received, the board action sheet had a breakdown that looks a little bit different than this, and we actually had 2 numbers that were inversed, and I apologize for that. But this is a really good look at how we separated the costs in that contract. So on the top, the preliminary design really applies to anywhere we put this. That's the paperwork side of establishing what the needs are, meeting with stakeholders, all those kinds of activities. Klein McCarthy broke the schematic design down into jail, courts, and the sheriff's office because we're a little undecided on whether courts is going to be a part of the project. So we felt that would be a beneficial piece to carve out and be able to identify what that cost is. And then the schematic design for the downtown site and the alternate site, you can see listed separate there. All of those, if we would run this whole schematic design out with 2 sites all the way to the end, we would be paying a lump sum of just a hair over $4 million. After that, once a schematic design is approved, it goes to a percentage fee. For a downtown location, that percentage fee would be 5.4% of the cost of the work. An alternative site would be 5% of that cost of work. And there's a little description of that cost of work down below. That cost of work, like I said, is really a percentage of the budget or parts of the budget. And you, the county board, controls that budget. So, well, we don't have a fee that we can control. We control the number that the fee is based off of. So in the contract for both the architect and the CM, there are milestones where the board will be asked to approve a budget for that phase of work. But really, we can change that budget at any point. So next slide. From there, we've asked Scott Fettig to come up and just give you a real quick overview of his company and introduce himself. And take it away.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Scott Fettig with the Klein McCarthy Architects. I'm the sole owner of the firm. We are focused in correctional and justice architecture, so that's our specialty. Extremely proud to be here today. I'll give you just a 10-slide quick overview of our team and what we plan to do on this. So our key team members that came to the interview, previous slide to that one. I'll be the day-to-day point of contact with our project manager, Eric Daniels. All of the correspondence and everything will come through the two of us with Kevin as the point on the county side of it. We had Tommy Sinclair, who's also helping us with HDR. So this team is a combination of Klein McCarthy with HDR. I'll go into a little bit of that as we come up here. So you see 3 members of HDR. We've got Tommy, Dave, and Kayla. And then we have Jay Ruby, the owner, one of the 2 owners of EDI Dolish that came up on the engineering side of things. The next slide just really gives you the key design team members on all the parts of it, who's taking courts, who's working on the mental health for the jail, how are we doing the community outreach. So those are just photos of our engineers, just in a quick summary of who they are and what their responsibilities are. The next slide goes into why we selected HDR. While we do correctional architecture and focus on the justice aspects of this, with the 2 schematic designs and with the size of the project, we wanted to make sure that we had another set of eyes, ears, and support on that to make sure that we could meet all of your schedule and needs. So we added HDR. And while they're a global firm, they're also a local firm. They're about a mile, I think 1.1 miles from our office in St. Louis Park. So they are close by so that we can collaborate and work with them. They do have some of the team players are national also, so they'll be coming into town. But we wanted to make sure that we had the local, especially for that community outreach and that research. We also are adding them for the kind of the breakup of work. Klein McCarthy will take the lead on everything, so we're the architect of record. We'll also be working closely with the sheriff and jail administrator on those aspects of the project. We're using HDR really on the exterior design and imagery, the community outreach, and the courts design. So we've got a clean delineation. We're still overseeing and we'll be part of all aspects that they're on, so we'll be at all of the meetings. But we are dividing the process up in that way so that we can maintain the scope and the schedule. Our experience, fortunately, on the next map, we're going to be able to color in Stearns County in the center of our map. I have worked with the county when I was with other firms quite a while ago, so I am familiar with your county. I just haven't, we just haven't had an opportunity to work directly with you. So we are around the state and have been in business for 47 years. On the next slide, HDR Correctional Expertise, they are nationally ranked, they are global. There's just some numbers there. I'm not going to go into it in a great deal of depth, but they do have the people that we're involving on their team in the jail side of it for the mental health aspect is very important to us and very important to your user group. Mental health has certainly changed over the years and become a very large issue in the facilities. So we wanted to make sure that we would go beyond our expertise to that level and really take it to a top level so that we make sure that that gets covered and we bring some fresh ideas to the table on those things. On the next slide, David Bostwick, is a contributing author on jail design. So again, picking up that national expertise to double check our work and look through, give us some different ideas. The jail is not a overly large size. It's a little bit bigger than what we're currently designing at Beltrami County, so about 30 beds larger. We're right in that ballpark. David Rademski is an architect who's focused on the mental health. He was at the interview and presented some very good ideas on how to develop the spaces, not only for the inmates, but for the staff also. And then how are all of our public spaces, when public comes in, how do they interact and how do they feel with that? So we want to definitely take it beyond the jail and carry that through the entire design, knowing that this is a public complex. A few more numbers on HDR, just they've been in business a long time. They do a lot of the same things that we do, just on a national and global basis. So there's a few of their projects in their top-ranked firm. Slide you probably care the most about the facility development process. We are aligning our process with the National Institute of Corrections with that development process. And really it's what you've already started with your committees. And that really is getting this project to the right size. How many beds are you using? What are those types of beds? You've already determined those kinds of numbers, the number of courts. So that's all really been determined. But what we want to do now is take that space program, which literally lists every room and the quantity of those, the size of those. That's what we are coming on to go through in the next 2 months for that preliminary period that Kevin was mentioning earlier. So we want to look through all of those things, and then as we start some initial concepts, look at, are we duplicating some things? Are we missing some things? So we certainly want to go through that and see if there are any size reductions that can be made to avoid the duplication as those layouts come into effect. So that's what we want to do. So those space programs then start leading us into block diagrams and room diagrams in the layout so that we can get you to the right solution. And we want to make sure that that's cost effective. We've got budget numbers that have been given to us. We treat those as though they're maximums. We want to get under those if we can. So we want to be smart about it, not just come in and say that we're going to do a lot of cutting and make one group happy and make another group unhappy. We want to make sure that we're going through and giving you the information so that you can help us with those decisions. As Kevin said, it's your budget and you control that at all stages of the contract and all stages of those milestones. And we want to make sure we're putting a lot of work into the community outreach as far as the community research, the different factors that are affecting the project in the community. So we want to make sure that we understand that group and can be responsive to everyone, because really what we need to do is make sure that we've got the facts out there, and we've got what we need to get you to yes, knowing that you've got a sales tax vote that's planned to come up. So we want to make sure that we're getting you correctly positioned and that we've been listening to and are taking into account all of the things that the public is saying, whether that's on social media or wherever that is at. So that's a deep dive into all of those kinds of numbers and the breakdown of your community. So getting to yes, getting you those answers so that you can make decisions. It's not going to help you if we just keep putting a bunch of data in front of you and not helping you with any recommendations to get to that solution of whether courts is included and where your facility would go. The next slide really goes into the time and the budget as far as working on these things in January and February, going into March with the research and data analysis. This really is on that public education and community engagement. So we've got Kayla and her team that are really going to be compiling all of that data, going through that with the groups, positioning of what we want to do in the second phase, really figuring out the tools and resources, how we get that message out to the public, whether that's mailers, social media. We want to make sure that we're hitting the right targets and getting that word out there appropriately. And then by the end of August, we definitely want to be getting into that education and making sure that we've got that information out there ahead of that November sales tax. So that's a little bit about our firm. Again, it's a very quick overview. We had a 90-minute interview that was about 140 slides, I think. So we've shared just the highlights with you today. I didn't think you wanted to sit through all of that. So with that, if there are any questions, I can certainly expand upon anything that I've covered or didn't cover today.
And this might be just a general question. So, you know, there's two figures on there, whether it's downtown or Greenfield. Is there a point if we as a board had a meeting and came to a consensus that we could pick one right away and save almost $2 million? I mean, I don't know how far in the process you'd be before that wouldn't happen, but.
The short answer is yes. The first 2 months really, what we've got set up is to go back through all the analysis and the reports that you've got, work with those user groups. So the first 2 months, that's really set. We have to do that regardless of where it goes.
Okay.
The next 4 months really is developing that schematic design. And we'll be testing that out on a greenfield site and a downtown site. So if you select one of those, yes, that fee is completely saved and is crossed off of our contract.
Okay, thanks.
Got a few questions. I mean, building off of that, can you talk a little bit about what your approach is to help boards get to consensus? And
Say the last part again?
Getting to consensus about what we're going to put forward.
Well, I think we want to get to know the commissioners, what's important to you. But when Kayla was in and really ran all the data on how many people get to your facility by bus, or how many people own a cell phone, how many people are on social media. So just understanding your community breakdown really helps us determine what's important. Right now in her research, she's showing that it's about a 49% approval rating of everything that you've done so far. So it's right in the middle of the road, which is actually, I think, is encouraging, because with all the studying and things you've gotten, when you start getting the word out there and you start getting some of those preliminary numbers out there, it can be a very scary thing. So the view of the public right now, you may feel a little differently, but just in the research on what they've been doing, they're showing that it's generally I won't say lukewarm, but it's a neutral stance on the project, which means people are open to listening about it. So I think understanding that and understanding those factors, I think that will help us be responsive in how we lay this facility out. It might help you determine whether it's downtown or remote, or which of the remote sites might be a better site. So those are the factors and things that we would use. And then, of course, we've got site ranking criteria also that we would go through, and NIC has developed that also. We've put a little bit more detail into it, I think. But yeah, going through and figuring out with the user group the different criteria and how that would rank to really score them, so that you do see a higher and lower factoring costs and things like that.
In your experiences, that will help us make a decision, a more informed decision.
Yeah, I think it absolutely will. A factor that usually gets overlooked or is not included sometimes at the very beginning is just the transporting costs. So we certainly want to work with the user group. How many inmates, if you were remote, how many inmates are transporting downtown? How many officers does that take? How many vehicles is that taking? So we certainly want to take a look at that, because that can be a large factor of why you may stay downtown or remote, or why you may not split the courts from this and do the jail facility remote and the courts downtown. So we certainly, I think we can get you to those types of the data to be able to make those decisions. And certainly we'll give you recommendations that you can consider.
And Mr. Chair, I had a couple more questions, but I can wait until others have questions they might want to ask.
Mr. Chairman, who were the 4 people that reviewed the proposals, Kevin?
So the reviewers or the scoring reviewers of the proposals were Dr. Williams, Randy Schreifels, myself, the sheriff, and Captain Mark Maslankowski from the sheriff's office, and Steve Hammes, assistant county administrator.
Got it.
So that was the scoring,
Okay.
scoring group, and we had a few others that listened in on all the proposals and gave their opinions
Okay.
as well.
And then who, you don't have to do that now, but I'd like to know who the 4 firms were that submitted something, or who, I don't need that now, but just share with
Yeah,
that with me at
absolutely.
some point. And then in the report, it says, Mr. Chairman, that the fees, these fees would be covered by the sales tax if it was approved. What if it isn't approved? General fund monies?
So we have some capital money set aside along with the debt service, so, right. And eventually, we'll do advanced funding resolution, meaning we can go back and capture these costs. So a bond, either if it's paid by sales tax or levy, would be part of this, is what will be the plan.
Okay. And then the comparisons, Scott, you referred to facilities. We've all heard comparisons to other facilities, different levels in other counties. And of course, the old adage about statistics don't lie, they are what they are. There's a lot of high ones, there's a lot of low ones. And I'd like to, at some point, get all those, the number of beds. And I think Otter Tail was one. No, I don't think it was Otter Tail. I've got that information. But there were several that were certainly a lot lower. And then there was someone made reference as well, the sheriff's office wasn't included, or the number of beds may have been a little different. But I'd like to have information from someone at some point on the last 5-10 years of facilities, because not that many have been built, and then just the different variations of those facilities, just to kind of make a comparison. And then just a general observation, again, this is nothing new from me. I've been very consistent with this. Until we get this on Thursday, I haven't heard anything about this whole process other than that it was going on. And that makes me a little uncomfortable, because if I'm going to be one of the 5 people that have to make a decision, and today potentially we'd be making a $4 million decision, I need time for that. So again, I've been very clear with that. And I too have said, I don't understand why we would go forward and spend $2 million if my wife and I are looking to do a, split level 5,000, square foot home. We have no interest in that. We're looking for a 2,000 or a 1,500 patio home. Why would I pay for the design of something that we have no interest in building? So I'm not going to support this, and I've been very clear with that, with both proposals in it, because I've said all along, we need to come to terms with what it is that we are pursuing. And I know Kevin said at one point, when we said, let's go forward with the proposals, I did not understand at that time that it was going to be $2 million on each site. And so why would we pursue something that we aren't going to, as a board, support? If it's a green space, whatever, if that's what it is, then I just don't know why we don't do that. And if it's downtown and it's everything, I don't know why we don't do that. I think the cart's before the horse, and I don't feel comfortable with that because, $2 million here and $2 million there, it's real money. So just to be forward, and again, it's consistent. This is nothing new. I guess I thought about communicating earlier, and I thought, well, it goes both ways. Nobody really kept me in the loop and communicated. So I saved this for now, because I think we're at a time where we got to keep very constant, current communication open, because again, all the different department directors and all the other elected officials and everything else, it's going to be the 5 of us that have to vote, and it's going to hang on us how we do this. And as you've heard me say, I take the most serious in my role fiduciary, and if we want to pass the sales tax, I think we need to have all 5 on board, and I think we need to be engaged at this point forward regularly. And maybe if others don't want to be engaged, that's up to them. They can dismiss the information. If I'm going to be asked to make a vote on this one day, I want all the information from this point forward, everything. And I'll decide what I want to see and what I don't want to see, and that I can make a better informed decision for my district. So again, I'm just being honest and upfront, and I guess at this point, that's it.
And Mr. Chair, and that was the point of my question as to when we could avoid one or the other of these, costs. That's why I don't necessarily have an issue with agreeing to do this, but I would like us to have that decision before we hit the point of $2 million expenses. So if we have roughly 2 months before we get that far, I think it's on us to, over the next 2 months, to eliminate one of these $2 million expenses.
And Mr. Chair, I agree with much of what has been said. I mean, that's why I was asking you how you're going to help us come to consensus and actually when. Because there is a lot of information. We don't have consensus. I think our goal would be to have 5 votes. Right now, we don't have that. We just don't have that. And it may be a component. It may be a plan for, building out. It may, so part of what I was going to ask you even as approach for, in addition to that, your approach for cost reduction ideas. And then also, because you brought up mental health, I mean, mental health means something so different than it did in many ways before. And a lot of our costs actually are not related to the building. So, as we're trying to get the state to do their share of putting more bed space for high acuity folks, and it's not going to change about staff being able to appropriately treat people with high acuity that need to be at St. Peter, for example. How does the building approach that, or how are we talking about that? And then for people who are, not anywhere near that, but have both mental health and substance abuse disorders. And I was glad you brought it up because it's fair game, because with schools, people even ask how do 10-foot hallways make a difference? Like, how does that improve learning? So you probably have an answer for some of this and recognize it would be high level, and we'll get into it more. But obviously there's a lot of work that's been done in trying to figure out how we're doing more with community and what the state can be doing. But one of our highest cost drivers really does relate to people with high acuity needs that are languishing in jails that have not been found guilty of any crimes yet, that need to go somewhere else, right? So if you could just talk a little bit about how you approach cost reductions, because we're going to need to, from a fiduciary standpoint, be able to address that with constituents. And then also just a little bit more about what you're thinking in terms of approaching the mental health piece.
Yeah, I think as far as the cost, Commissioner, you're absolutely right. When we can go through there and analyze different facilities and look at a lot of the numbers you're probably hearing are square feet per bed. There are different rules of thumb, but they are skewed depending on the size of the facility. But we certainly can bring those numbers to you with a comparison of what is included and what isn't included in those, so that you start to see if they have more centralized or decentralized programs. How does that affect the cost or the square footage? So I think that's a big part of what we start out in the first 2 months, is really going through the data that's been done already, understanding how much time has been spent on that, but really looking at all of those spaces, literally every space that they've got in the building, including the heating plant elements. So we want to look through all of that. That's really, things just come down to a quality and quantity. I try to boil it down, and to me, it's just that simple. So you got a quantity, and that's the square footage. We've got to look at that square footage, if that can be reduced, where can it be reduced, and do that, because then that's times the quality, and then that quality is really what you envision the building to look like, and those durable materials and things like that. But space, that's one of the biggest drivers of what this will be. So I think in getting through that first 2 months, getting you more of that data, analyzing that, seeing if there's any reductions in that, getting a new estimate, coming back in. would be very important, because you as a group, as a board, will approve us moving into schematic design. So you can stop, pause, you can ask for more information. That's the time to do it, because I think you're going to have a lot of the data you need at that point to be able to make that decision on which site you are. We've not done anywhere we've really done schematic design on multiple sites. That's usually determined in the previous study work that's been done, or would be done in the next couple of months. As far as the mental health, I'd like to get Dave Rademski in here and go through what really is that mental health, because we can certainly talk in a broad view, but I'd like him to go into it and answer your detailed questions about what that does. We can certainly keep providing more rooms and more spaces, but if the jail staff can't staff that, or those programs aren't supported in the operational costs, it doesn't do us a lot of good to keep adding rooms with the hopes that something else will be done. So I think there's a piece of it that architecture can take, and what it looks like, what it feels like, that space. But I think there's also that programming, that staffing piece for that. And then how does that relate back to what is the state going to do or not do? That's been a big driver of what we are doing. So I certainly can touch on a little bit of the mental health, but Dave Rademski that's the reason we brought him in on the team, just to really get down in the weeds with you on those kinds of things. And we can certainly, over the 2-month process, if you don't feel comfortable, that can be 3 months. We just know we need to get to a certain point for that sales tax. But we do have time. You're not under the gun with anything. And we can certainly come in and update you as often as you'd like to. If you want to see a periodic, we're 50% through, come in and present and take more direction from you, we can do that. It doesn't have to be turn us loose for 2 months and then we bring everything in and here you go. You can be as involved as you want to be.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So realistically, we're on the $220,000 phase of doing this.
Yes.
So, even agreeing to do this, the onus is still on us if we want to avoid one of those $2 million costs in the next 2 months to have that discussion. And, my other thought process, we might not get to a 5-0, but, if it's 3-2, 4-1, it's always been my philosophy, if that's how it passes, then you support it going forward. So, we can't keep kicking the can down the road either. We're gonna, it might never get to a 5-0, but we have to get started somewhere.
Mr. Chairman, the staffing, the other element of that would be, can we get the staff? So you can build it, but they may not come. We hope they will, but you have to factor that in too, because you can build a facility that you're gonna need X number of staff. At some point, someone's gonna have to answer, what if we can't get X number of staff? How do we do what we need to do with less staff and a building that may facilitate that? So that would be one point. And I can't remember, you said something else now. If I don't write notes, I forget, but it'll come to me.
Yeah, on the staffing side, I mentioned just the officers and how you would do transporting, whether that's transporting by vehicle or just moving them physically, walking them from the jail. How are you getting them to courts? So taking a look at more horizontal versus vertical solutions and how that affects the staffing. The concept plans really are to get us set up so that we can look at those kinds of things, so that we can start to take a look at those posts and those grouping of cells, so that we can start to work with Department of Corrections and look at those things for staffing. Because sometimes you'll see you can move a laundry or a food service within the jail from one end of the building to the other end, and it can affect the staffing. How much time does it take the person that's going to oversee that, the rover, to move from one area to another area and trying to group their responsibilities together? So I think by getting those spaces, then working on those block plans and concepts, that will help us get to a staffing plan and start to also look at those, because we certainly need to work with your jail staff and determine that with Department of Corrections of what would they be willing to approve, because I I can tell you numbers all day long, but they've got to approve it so that you can open it. So we definitely want them involved in that because they have to sign off on that.
And Mr. Chairman, this wasn't the other question, that was a staffing question. And like I said, it'll come to me and I'll share it with Kevin. But the other point would be, I do believe we are under the timeframe, that we do need to make decisions sooner than later. You can run a half-rate campaign in a month or two, but you really run an effective campaign if you do it in 6 months. The public needs to be empowered and needs to be shared the information. We need time to do that. They deserve to hear this. And so I think we are under the timeframe to do that. And my philosophy is I support what I support and I don't support what I don't support. And I'm not going to go out on the edge and just support something because other people supported it if it wasn't based on sound, solid future decisions. So everybody, each to their own, they can do what they feel they need to do. But again, these are major decisions. If you go to every building, every school district, every county building, every city building, you see the plaque on the front. I think we should eliminate where we put names on plaques when we build buildings, because sometimes I wonder if that wasn't part of the motivation of doing something. I'm firmly behind doing the jail, and I've never made any dispute about that. The jail needs to be replaced. And a lot of people have talked to me that said they didn't understand that. And when I shared with them the information that was shared with me, they understood it like I understood it. They get it. You can't just remodel a jail. You know, the walls and the thickness and how old the jail is, the 24/7 operation. And again, that's not because I'm smarter. That's because I was shared information. I toured the jail at the sheriff's request, all that stuff. So that helps empower us with information that then we in return, the public does expect more from us. We should know more, that we can share that with them then. And most of it's been positive up to this point in my mind, as far as information that is positive to share with the public, but we need to keep whittling that down. And I assume, again, as we go forward, the pod system and future expansion is gonna be a part of this if we don't do everything at one time. That mindset of today we're gonna, build a patio home, and 5 years from now we'll build a storage shed, and but with the understanding when you lay that out that this is going to happen in these potential phases if we don't do it all at one time. I assume that's going to be part of this.
Yeah, that's part of that initial master planning. Whether you do it or not, we have to plan for it. And then also, if we plan for that, where's the next expansion? If that's 30 years, 50 years from now, where's that next? So we always want to know those things, but yes, we have to plan for that so that we're not doing just a jail and then you're doing another piece and then you're remodeling and throwing a bunch away. So that's all part of it. In that slide that we had with all the research and data analysis, we did show multiple months and some overlapping of that information. So that can all be shared with you. You can get a one-page cheat sheet that you can go out in the public, and you've got your speaking points, you've got the data. We can help put that together. It's not just us putting things out on social media or working on a mailer. It's giving you that information so that when you're stopped on the street, everybody that's involved in the project has those things that they can answer.
And Mr. Chairman, semantically, Kevin, is there a way that we can approve the 220,000 today with the other two pieces still open until we can make that decision? Because again, I know how this goes. We approve everything and this goes in 3 different directions and things start happening. So I'd be willing to support the 220 to keep this moving. I'm not open to doing a $4 million deal when it's not going to be a $4 million deal.
Chair, Commissioner Bertram, I think the way the contract is written, I think we have that security built into it in that we can cancel for convenience at any point, whether it's halfway through the 220,000 or not. We could certainly build in a benchmark or if you will, where, once we get to that end of preliminary design, if you want to review the project at that point, we can make that a more formal step to say before any work proceeds, we're going to come back to the board for an approval at this point. We certainly could do that. I think if we go further beyond that, I'd probably have to go change some language in what we have in the contract. But
So, Mr. Chairman, you could say, or you could give our assurance your assurance, the team's assurance that we would spend up to 220,000 and then we would stop.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Then I would support that.
And Mr. Chair, and you're saying that's kind of built in already, that,
Yeah, we build that in so that there's different milestones so that you're involved in that and then you approve that. Because we don't want to run any farther than you're comfortable with either. And then have you saying, well, geez, now everybody's upset, you went too far. We weren't involved as much as we wanted to. So no, we would be back in here either intermediate or at least at the end of that phase to get approval on, okay, you're gonna have to pick a direction. If you're still not ready, you certainly can develop 2 schematics or ask for more information and supplement that to get you to a decision without spending that extra money.
Mr. Chair. And I think this is reinforcing why the part about how are you going to help us, together with the broader leadership team, get to a good place. Because I don't think it's just semantics. I mean, our role, Jeff and I both served in the legislature. Our roles are very different here. Legislators, you're just kind of all lone rangers, and sometimes you come together and you support something. If you vote against it, you can still kind of go out after it. It's different on a board like this where we may not always agree, but we need to come together to at least not be negating the decisions that have been made. Having said that, silence in a public campaign or negatively or going against it would kill this. Even votes might kill it. So that's where I think us needing help to get to a good place. And when you've got 3 buildings where maybe the most expensive might be the jail, close behind it is the sheriff's office, and then courts. How do you go about this, and what are those actual costs with it? So, it's really important, and part of the reason I brought up mental health, it isn't just about the jail, it's also about the courts building. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things here. It's not a lot of time. I think we're all feeling concerned. On the one hand, I don't want to speak for others, but I think we've all expressed concern about we're coming up into the new year, and this is going to be on a ballot, or at least our intent is for it to be in front of the voters. How do we get there quickly enough and in a good spot, whatever that means, in a good spot, so this can move forward in the most productive way? So I think you can hear, in addition to research, helping us with the leadership team get to a good decision is going to be really important.
We're here to help you get there.
You might have several long work sessions.
We're prepared for that.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the recommended action with the understanding that we know we can make that decision down the road, even though both options are included right now.
I'll second that.
Okay, I got a motion and a second to move the proposal forward with the option of closing it off at an earlier spot. Is that at the $220,000 mark?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's for the package, but that we
It's
can
for
revisit
the
it.
package, but obviously it sounds like there's off-ramps in it already, so.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we got a motion and a second for that proposal?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, again, just to clarify, because what you said, I understood, that it would go up to 220,000 and then we're going to revisit.
Yep.
Yep.
That's my understanding
It
is that.
doesn't just keep going on. At 220,000, we revisit.
Yep.
Got it.
And now I need to clarify, so we're voting for the whole package and acknowledging that when we get through this first part, we're going to have another decision to make moving forward.
Correct. So that's
And our
what-
goal is to not have that extra cost.
Correct.
Okay, all right, then I'm still fine with seconding.
right. A call for discussion before we have the vote. Commissioner Linsenmeyer, did you have anything to say on it?
I feel like St. John the Baptist, the voice crying in the wilderness, but the consistent oversight in this whole process is to consider whatever we come up with, how it integrates into something called the criminal justice system. The jail, while it's the biggest part, is just one part of this. And there are other departments, other players that are involved in this. And the discussion from the beginning has been about the jail, the jail, the jail, the jail. Well, I wasn't here when we built the current jail, but I was here to get the feedback on the decision and the operational considerations of that current structure. And if we don't, I would urge my esteemed colleagues to consider this as part of the criminal justice system, and how does it work into the overall function of what we're charged to do here. So you're going to hear this again out of me. As the process goes forward, but no matter what capital improvement project you're talking about, public or private, we're always experts when the project is done. Oh, we should have thought of this. Oh, we should have thought of that. Well, if you're frustrated by the pace of this effort, well, that's how it goes. But I can consistently disappointed with how we are failing to appreciate how this is part of a system and not the whole enchilada all by itself. But yeah, sorry I'm late. I think what I heard so far is what I've heard before. So I'm not in as bad a shape as I thought I would be driving in. Thank you for your forbearance on my tardiness.
Okay. Did you want to weigh in yet, Commissioner? Or,
No.
Okay. I'm just going to make a few comments here. Actually, if we look back earlier in the fall, I was in opposition to moving this forward, and my opinions were cut short. And I think some of those opinions, I think, had some validity. I go back to where we started the process, and we were looking at doing the jail, and we started out and we were between $90 million and now $100 million. And that's where we were. As it evolved, of course, we talked about bigger and better things, and then also sitting in a discussion about revitalizing the courts and doing all new courtrooms. With that, I think we had a dialogue, or we're told for 45 minutes about what we needed to build, but limited our discussion as far as what we thought should be built and how practical it was. I personally went over and looked at the present facility and the annex, meaning the present facility, the old courthouse. And I am quite concerned that we continue to think about moving forward with all new courts and not even having a plan what that building might be. That is quite concerning to me. Commissioner Bertram and Commissioner Notch, are very concerned about moving forward with a proposal for $4 million and coming up with plans similarly to, again, building a house with two plans and then choosing the house. Again, my opinion was also, too, that we would go ahead and come up with one plan and then move forward with moving forward. I am pleased to hear that, that it appears to be that, there is a point fairly early that we'll be able to make that decision. Likewise, I don't think we've also ferreted out what the new court systems actually look like. I don't think we've had that dialogue. When we take a look at what is doing virtually and what could be done in two locations might actually be a hybrid of what we actually need. Long range, do we need places for expansion? Absolutely. But I don't see us having to build a full Justice Center at $240 million at this time. Now, that's not a reflection at all on your company and your process, and I appreciate the work that you've done, and this will probably move forward, and we'll appreciate the work that you're doing. So I still am in opposition to moving forward at this time. I would have rather have had my chance to say these things earlier and ferret these things out, but it didn't happen.
Mr. Chair, well said. And I do want to reinforce what Lee said. I don't know if you didn't get a chance to, but speaking to that important piece about the whole criminal justice center so that we know what the impacts are and we can, again, together make good, informed, prudent decisions. And when Commissioner Bertram brought up staffing, which I think is really important, we've clearly have had a challenge with overnights and weekends, and don't know if the building can address that, but that is a concern. You know, as we think about the questions, we are going to need to be able to answer and questions that we're hearing from others. And we hear different questions because we happen to live in different places. And that's the good. One of the things I personally feel really good about is this is a board who's really committed to trying to figure out to do the right thing. We may have different thoughts and hear information differently. And, you know, the sooner we can come up with one idea, the better. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Commissioner Lenzmeyer first.
This does remind me of the discussion so far of that childhood fable about I believe it was 5 blind men who were trying to describe an elephant. And depending upon which part of the elephant that they touched, that affected their description of what an elephant was. Actually, we're not far from that same procedure. Wherever the players are in the criminal justice system, that impacts their perspective on what's needed and what isn't needed. If you folks, I don't think we're amiss if we decided even to table this discussion so far. I can't tell where Jeff's at now, but it sounded like earlier in his discussion, he was interested in doing this. I think that aspect of it definitely has merit. And our discussion is part of the public education process. So this discussion has been oversimplified, jail or no jail. We've got to consider the whole system. And hopefully, when we're done, we can look back on it and say, yep, that was the thing to do. But you'll never get, even 70% or 60% approval. There's going to be people that will always be criticizing the ultimate decision. But hey, that's why we get these jobs.
Okay. Right, and just one last thought, Mr. Chair, is, you know, and I guess that's why I made it a point, you know, that we're at the $220,000 phase, and you know, we saw on one of his slides the breakdown per jail, courts. You know, I think that's why I think we as a board need to maybe have another meeting or two just discussing this, because we should vet those out. But at the same time, I think we kind of need to let the wagon roll a little bit, so we don't get too far. You know, if we miss the sales tax deadline, what's going to be our option? I don't want to see this levied to the property tax. I don't know how much time the government would, or whoever, the Department of Corrections or whoever is going to allow the jail to function the way it is, or if it's even a safety thing for our sheriff's office, the jailers. You know, we're at a critical time where I think we still, if it's 220,000 and we haven't gotten to the phasing part, I think we need to kind of keep that moving, and then we need to maybe have additional meetings to have open discussion on everybody's feeling. I mean, we've did it once or twice already, but probably need to spend more time with us discussing this.
And I would agree, and again, we should have maybe had that in the fall, but that's past us now.
And Mr. Chairman, as long as we're beating this horse, Lee, to death, let me beat it one more time. A year ago, Mike suggested I attend the Justice Committee meeting, even though I wasn't sworn in yet. And I thought, well, yeah, I probably should. I mean, I didn't understand. I thought, I'm really going to have to do some catch up with this. I was shocked to find out that that pretty much was one of the first meetings with the entire board. And I sat in the back respectfully. I didn't say a word because I thought it wasn't my place yet. So it's been a year. The wagon's rolled quite a long ways, but it hasn't rolled fast, and it hasn't included the right discussions. And so if nothing else, I hope staff has heard what needs to change moving forward, and now Scott can help make that happen. And again, I do believe time is of the essence if we really want to, because we can ask what happens if the sales tax, whatever scenarios, what we keep forgetting about is what if it doesn't pass? And that's what I'm most concerned about. What if it doesn't pass? And if you look historically, and I hope someone has done this, and if they haven't, they need to, you need to look at percentage-wise, what percentage of people vote in District 5, in District 3, in District 4, in District 2, and District 1? Because that is going to decide this election. If you've got 15,000 people that are voting in District 3, and you've got 7,000 people that are voting in District 1, you got to go where the votes are. And so this isn't just about what we want, it's what can be passed and what we need. And that's what I'm trying to help guide more than anything. And I know that might, I think I didn't check with Human Services, but I do believe we do have hurt feelings reports that people can fill out. I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feeling. At the end of the day, my role, I believe, is helping meet what we need, what we can do. And that's what I'm trying to do. But I'm not going to go off on some diving board because I can't swim and just jump in for the hell of it.
Mr. Chair, I know that we just need to move on. I think this goes back to Lee's example about the elephant. And there are many different ways to get to that magical number, including who's going to vote on go down. I mean, it's going to be an interesting year. And so I think all of those conversations are going to be important about how we get there. And we just also need to remember we are trying to describe an elephant right now. And maybe we'll get there eventually. So Lee, thank you for that illustration. It's a useful one.
All right, I'll go ahead. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Lenzmeyer,
Nay.
Commissioner Persky,
Nay.
passes 3-2.
Okay.
Actually, in my opinion, the 3-2 vote is better than unanimous because it demonstrates discussion.
I appreciate everybody's input today. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is setting a public hearing on the ordinance to establish a housing trust fund. And then it's a little preliminary, but approving an application to the Initiative Foundation for some startup help with the housing trust fund if you choose to go this way. I can, we've talked about a housing trust fund a couple of times. We drafted the ordinance. There's, as we talked about, we would seed this with ARP dollars, so we would start with an immediate good amount of money in the budget. Should you choose to approve that in the next couple of items, you have $200,000 to begin to put into that fund every year. As you know, this can be also funding can also be provided by nonprofits or the private sector or other jurisdictions. And one of the things that we put in there was that if we do a project in a city, that there would be an expectation of some city participation too on that, and we did put that right in the ordinance. We have in here a governing board that that was just put out there, a couple off the HRA, a couple off the county board, and the HRA director, and then a couple appointed by this board. That can be any arrangement that you see fit, but that's what we put in here just as a suggestion. So usually when you're setting a public hearing, that's often on the consent agenda, but there's a lot packed into here. I wanted you also to see what's being talked about in the community about some programs and facilities for people experiencing homelessness, and that there is some talk. There is certainly a request for the county to participate with some of its either its one-time housing dollars, opioid fund opioid settlement funds that we have coming in, or we could even use ARP dollars as well. And hopefully we'll have more information on some of those activities coming here soon. So all that, I'm happy to answer any questions. This would set the hearing for this particular ordinance on January 2nd.
Questions about that? Setting the public hearing? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I see Neil's here. I don't know if he wants to add anything. We did, the HRA did meet last week, had brief discussion on this. The Association of Minnesota Counties had a breakout session that I attended. The one concern that I've raised several times is that when we refer to affordable housing, and we talked about this at HRA, affordable housing is always based on a preconceived notion that it's, no money. Affordable housing today is, a young man that's trying to find a house that's got $50,000 that he worked hard for to save up to try to buy a home, and he gets nothing. If you have $50, you don't get any assistance. And we're gonna have to be sensitive to that, because affordable housing for that young man is just as real as a person that can't afford anything. Because if you can't find a home, and if you can't pay $350,000 for a home that used to sell for $100,000, that's affordable too. It's not just, and interesting that the Olmsted County HRA director gave the presentation at the AMC, and interesting note was that it's come to a point where now the homes aren't where they need to be for the workforce and everything else. And this is a very real reality. And they're looking for townhomes, patio homes. They're looking for other types of construction that will allow home ownership. So as we approach this, I hope we're gonna keep in mind that affordable housing isn't just for people that have no money. It's also for people that are trying to buy a home and do something. And so we're gonna set the public hearing, but to set that stage for that public hearing, let's be mindful of that. And someone brought up, isn't it interesting that government oftentimes is more than willing to invest in someone that has no resources, that didn't do the savings and didn't do what fiscally was smart, and yet the poor guy that was trying to do it, if I had to give $5,000, $10,000 to somebody, I'm gonna give it to somebody that's been thinking about this since they've been 16 and investing money and setting money aside. That's a better risk than giving it to someone that didn't think about this and didn't plan anything and didn't do what needed to be done. So let's just make sure affordable housing isn't just one category, that it's the overall category that we need to be looking at.
Dr. Williams?
Please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, the ordinance covers the whole gamut. So it will allow investment in all kinds of types of housing. So, and the board could actually narrow that today, but as we presented, we thought that this should have all the authority it can have. And then as you create this board, that's where some of the dollars that we can get from the Initiative Foundation can help us through, like, get the data and do a strategic planning process to focus on whatever areas that the board sees fit in the first few years at least. So, while you could do that now before you do the ordinance, we've left this open and then left the new board and your board to dial that in after you enact the ordinance.
And Mr. Chairman, I agree with that wholly. I just wanted to make sure to have the conversation before we go through all that. And then the committee would be created, obviously, after we have the public hearing and all that stuff. So yes. I'll make a motion to adopt the Housing Trust Fund public hearing for January 2nd, 2024.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve that trust fund.
I'll second it, and I have a comment.
Any further discussion?
Just one quick thing, Mr. Chair. You talked about City of St. Cloud with this Vivo Village. It would be nice at some point if they would do a presentation to the county board, for us to understand, if they are going to request, if we would participate.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Notch, the four administrators, Sherburne County, Benton County, myself, and the city administrator for St. Cloud are actually trying to arrange something to, we actually think it would be nice to have, those four governing bodies together and see some kind of a presentation. I don't know if we can accomplish that, but we just talked about that the other day, and so that's a great suggestion, and hopefully we can make it happen. If nothing else, at least have them come to this board and do it all separately. But I'd love to have all 4 bodies together if we could do it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Totally agree. Was about to suggest that, like your idea even better. And it is, to me, it's important for our region and certainly for our county that we are looking at the continuum of affordable housing. I mean, this particular proposal fills one niche, there's other niches, and clearly workforce housing continues to be important. I will be particularly interested in how this entity will go about partnering to leverage resources, because otherwise our money is not going to go very far.
With respect, Commissioner Bertram, to your comments, you know, I think it's very worth noting that, yes, we're looking at affordable housing, not free housing. Just like public education, we're looking for affordable college education, not free college education. And so that would provide an opportunity for quite a few, and that's, of course, what we want to see. It's interesting we have this brought up. Yesterday, I was involved at 9 o'clock in the morning, a meeting with Habitat for Humanity, and in the evening I was involved with, at 7 p.m., mobile home park, and both of those are dealing with affordable housing. With that, Neil and Mike, both of them have concerns as far as how the county can help them with the issues that they have. The rising costs at the mobile home parks have about doubled in the last 5 years. At one time, even I myself was living in a mobile home park. These people are being forced out of their homes because it's just the rent to pay to have that home there. And it's gone from $350 to $600. And with entities that have bought up these parks, they're basically doing price gouging. And so there are some issues, I think, that the county can at least help them with the living conditions that they have there and keeping them in those homes. Likewise with Habitat, Habitat would like to expand, and you know, Habitat is again providing affordable housing for people that want to get into a house. They have to put sweat equity in, and they have to make those house payments. But they're looking too of how they can expand. One thing many people know about, and many people don't know about, and that's the build programs going on in our high schools. And they want to continue to expand those build programs. So any way we can be helpful in, you know, getting those things, I would like to see that possible. And again, these don't necessarily have to be the county dollars, but they're looking for connections to find ways that we can help. And of course, our whole community can help through volunteerism. So very timely to look at these issues on housing. So, Commissioner.
I'm even questioning if the county, or counties period, are the appropriate unit to be considering these questions. Historically, well, no, that's not true. Often, this ought to be taken up by the individual municipality where these projects or potential projects are taking place. And I don't have an answer for that, but is there a role for, say, the individual cities? The individual cities in Stearns County are much more sophisticated than we give them credit for. And some may even have their own HRAs. So it does make some sense in my mind to get them at least aware that we're having this discussion. Maybe get their 2 bits on it. I don't know. Is that really our role? Should they be? Is this more a local level involvement that we need to promote?
And one other thing is that with our expansion of broadband, I think some of the smaller communities in rural areas will not continue to dwindle. I think, if anything, they may even be expanding.
Maybe they'll grow, yeah.
And so, you know, there might be some opportunities where there's affordable land and people can, find housing outside the metropolitan area. So, yeah, all things to look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Lenzmeyer, I mean, to a large extent, you're correct. I mean, any project that's going to occur in one of our cities this Housing Trust Fund and this board, I think, would expect the city to be deeply involved in that and involved financially as well. We've heard support from some of the cities about establishing the trust fund because they do have the need and they don't have all the means to encourage some of these developments. We put right in this ordinance that there would be an expectation of financial commitment from the city within any development or whatever type of program is developed. So, in fact, even in the beginning when Neil and I were talking about this, and I talked with the Initiative Foundation, we were like, well, Initiative, maybe one of the things you could do would be to fund a housing study, a county-wide one. Well, Neil said that really isn't, it would gain some data and some information, but it won't help a developer. Those housing studies need to be done on a city-by-city basis. That could be something this trust fund would even help a city do. So you're exactly right. We need municipalities to be well engaged in any project that we put forward.
And Mr. Chairman, I can just say, I don't think we need studies. We know what the need is. We know what the problem is. Rather than spending tens of thousands of dollars on individual studies, in my opinion, we know what the need is. And so let's help build homes that are available. That should be the goal. But right now we're setting the public hearing, so.
Okay.
I'd have to disagree with you, Jeff. The purpose of the studies is the public education process. We, the collective we, the five of us, might very well have a grip on the need, but the general public, when you're hanging out in the coffee shop on Wednesday morning, that's where the information has to get to. Otherwise, if I'm just another person at the coffee shop, I'm going to have concerns and I'm going to be against it. It isn't always in our proposals about us, the five of us. It's about the public. And so big picture, I agree with you. Details, we're going to be different.
I'll go ahead and call the question on the Housing Trust Fund public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes.
Yeah, if you want to have a public hearing, no
And
problem.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve the grant request from the Initiative Foundation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. We have two items there. On the Grant Initiative Foundation, I've got a motion and a second. Any more discussion on that? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Okay, with maybe some meetings with the other governing bodies and the meetings you're going to have on the Justice Center, I'll bring you a revised meeting schedule at your next meeting.
Okay.
I thought normally first quarters of this body, they're pretty relaxed, ho-hum type stuff, but this year we're going to be hitting the ground running.
Your next item is the 2024 legislative priorities, and you had a draft within your board packet. Hopefully, there's enough explanation on each of those items that you could get a grasp of what's being suggested, and these are just suggestions, of course. And then once we get a consensus or a motion to move forward, then we'll create the document that we use that we distribute to our legislators and try to schedule a meeting before the session. You see, you've got items within similar categories as you did in previous years, and we have the appropriate staff people here if you have questions on anything in that list or want to add or subtract. That's really what this process is all about, is at least getting some direction so we can move forward.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, if someone hasn't done it, I think it would be helpful if we did a comparison between these proposals, MICA's, the Rural Caucus, the EMC, and kind of do I would hope and think that 90% of hours are theirs. But I think it would be helpful when we do meet with the legislators to show that it's not just Stearns County's individual goals, but it's also the state association goals that we belong to. Just might be helpful. So if someone can kind of do a spreadsheet that would identify those issues within those individual organizations and ours, that might be helpful.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, yeah, and that's why we do this now, because those entities mostly have completed their process, but certainly, we can do that comparison.
And Mr. Chair, AMC board and then AMC as a whole ended up putting items in buckets this time to try to make it more at a glance as opposed to a really long list, knowing there will be, because you want everybody who serves on different committees to see priorities, but there continue to be a concern if they see 25 priorities, are they really priorities? So I support everything on this list and respectfully suggest we might want to be able to have short blurbs at the top so that people can see them. And both AMC has the broader platform as well as the priorities. Micah has a pretty detailed piece. All the things, Jeff, you're suggesting, MRC, I don't see anything on here that hasn't been adopted by somebody else. And, let's figure out, especially as those items come up, how we're going to communicate with them, because we work on things that they're going to want to work on, not just the things we want to work on.
I would agree. And I just want to respond to it. It's nice that we do have those things that we do feel are priorities, but also if those things are not gaining traction, which can oftentimes happen, if there are those things that are further down the list that do have traction, we want to make sure that we're on there so that we do get those things at least continually moving forward. I know we had our meetings down in Minneapolis about various topics, but I don't know if you folks are familiar with one thing in transportation, but the carbon reductions and reducing emissions, all that being added into transportation projects, we're going to be spending extra dollars, in my mind, just to be doing some busy work and paperwork where we know the project makes sense, we know the project's going to help reduce emissions, but we're going to be qualifying those things on paper, having research done, and that's going to cost money. Somehow I'd like to see if we can at least eliminate or reduce that, because to me it's a step backwards in transportation. So,
Mr. Chair, what did you, I'm guessing you had that conversation. Did you all come up with some ways or ideas? Because that kind of fits with the broader theme of let's reduce red tape. We want to do the work, not just talk about or whatever the work.
Absolutely.
Was there anything that came out of that would be useful?
We're all in pretty much agreement that, yeah, we don't want to see, again, more restrictions, more paperwork, and again, coming up with reasons why this project isn't going to work and how it's going to reduce emissions and how it's going to reduce carbon. Anytime you want to move traffic, you would hope that you're going to be doing that. But to spend the money on doing a study on it, to some extent, really is just, again, wasted funding. So we're going to see if we can streamline that and make some corrections on that. Yeah,
It is and it isn't a waste of money. It is because those of us involved in this stuff day to day can see the need. Where it isn't is to get the information out to the general public. A lot of times we feel that the message is just an iteration of the discussion we've had already. And it is, but the public's in a different place. So yeah, it can be a frustrating process because, gee, we've heard all this already, but we're not the most important persons in the ecosystem. The public is actually sitting in the first chair. Got an orchestra example. I can't believe I did this.
Yeah.
But my quick example, Lee, is that, for example, when you've got semaphores, you've got traffic lights, and then you're going to move to a roundabout, or you've got a set of stop signs and you're going to move to a roundabout. Well, you know that roundabout is going to move the traffic, and therefore you're going to reduce emissions. And so how many times do you have to do that study in order to support and prove that? I would hope that there would be a convenient way to move around. Yes, this makes sense, opposed to having an independent study. And Jody, we can address that maybe in our discussion when we come to having that with our legislators, so they will understand that.
So Joe, a good example, is that putting a bike lane on Town Line Road when it's rebuilt?
Well, I'll tell you what, we want to keep
I'm just
Town
being
Line moving,
facetious.
I know. Yeah, that would reduce emission. But I will tell you this, on Town Line Road, with the high school there and with the expansion, I mean, there's going to be more bike and pedestrian traffic out there on Town Line Road, absolutely. So, all right.
So, Mr. Chair, just really quickly, I think across the board, we certainly are seeing within human services some efforts by some departments to try to make things better and maybe consequently creating a lot more work and barriers. So part of what I think I'm hearing between you and Lee is that we want things that are going to provide the data that's needed and the information to the public while we're not adding a lot of extra time and cost. I mean, you want to do both. It's a balance because there is an accountability function as well as educating folks. Because, you know, let's face it, there's some things you know that you know way more than anybody else I know. So if I want to know about it, I call you because you can tell me how do we help others know that in a cost-effective way.
And my wife would argue if that's valuable information. All right.
Oh, yeah, I get that too.
Julie's a smart woman.
Oh, okay. Are we good with the priorities? Do we need
I'll move adoption of the priorities, recognizing you're going to continue to put them in ways that people can see, hear, and understand.
Okay.
I can second that.
Second by Commissioner Lenzmeyer. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Mr. Chair, your next item is the resolution approving the 2024 budget and tax levy. We have no presentation or information prepared for you at this time. We've gone through the process. The levy, as you know, is just over $93 million. It's 2.7% higher than it was this year. The property tax base is increasing by over 10%, so that tax rate is going to drop by nearly 7%. The resolution there goes fund by fund in both revenues and expenditures, and that's in the form that for you to do the final adoption. As you know, the budget needs to be adopted before the end of the year. This is your last meeting of the year, so if you wouldn't want to do it today, we would schedule a special meeting.
Okay. Okay, board members, before us, we have the proposal for the $93 million budget. We've had a number of meetings on that. Any continued discussion or questions about it?
Mr. Chair, probably I think the only noticeable correction was the 2019 should have been 2023.
Okay, yeah.
Other than that.
It's not in the resolution, it's in the cover
No.
memos.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Knott.
Mr. Chair, with that, I'll move the proposed resolution based on the 2.7% levy increase.
Okay.
I can second that.
Okay, second by Commissioner Lenzmeyer. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Mr. Chair, your next item is adopting a resolution to establish the commissioner's salaries for 2024. This is a requirement that if you're going to make a change to commissioner's salaries for 2024, you need to do that again before the new year starts. There's there's information in your package to give you some idea of what other counties are doing, and Mr. Hammes is here if you have questions about any of that information, as he prepared most of that.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Again, Steve Hammes, Assistant County Administrator. So administration staff have put together the information that was in your packet. The first page was our comp counties, the ones that we compare to on a regular basis. The second sheet was a look at all of the MICA counties, again, looking at those counties in terms of the salaries that they've set for their boards and committees. I also gave you hard copies with a stratified list of 0.5% increment increases if you wish to use that as a reference for making your suggestions for a salary for 2024. And I've also given you a history guide of commissioner salaries back to 1989, showing the growth of commissioner salaries and the number of years in which you froze your salaries over that same period of time. So again, if there are questions that you have regarding the data, I can certainly answer those or try to with Allison here. Otherwise, again, this is a discussion for the board to come up with your salaries.
Mr. Chair, can I just make maybe one future suggestion? So the table that's in the packet, would you be so inclined to include it maybe as a slide next year?
Oh, as a slide? Okay.
So we can put it up and everybody can kind of see what the compare, because there might be people in the audience that haven't looked at the board packet and seen the graph. And the other thing I would ask is just here, going back to 1989, if that could be a second page?
Sure.
I mean, just so the public can see, this is kind of where the salaries have gone and where they're at now. I just think it's good informative information for, people who might want to know.
Is that page 127 you're looking at?
No, he's looking at the sheet I handed out, which shows the history.
All right, I can't
And
show
again,
that one then.
That, for 18 years, they froze their salaries of the last
This one
30.
here is one of them.
I could show that.
Right. And Mr. Chair, I thank you, Allison, for trying to get more information. I know it's not all the way complete because you couldn't get the information. So for example, Blue Earth, in addition to their salary, does do per diems. It looks like some have moved away from that and then done a different compensation. But I don't know, maybe we can get Micah to work on this for us so that we've got, they might be able to get to something a little bit easier than something that's called by one of the members. As an observation, we are really pretty far removed from what other counties our size or near our size are at. And at some point, we're going to need a plan and some recommendations about how to address that. I don't think that is happening. That's not today. But I will request that again because it's useful for us to be able to get some recommendations.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the data does show, I agree, that you are far below the average, both of our comp counties and below that of the MICA counties in terms of salaries. Again, in terms of the labor contracts, we're doing a 2 and a 2 that equates to a 3 with about half of our employees are still earning steps, so that would make an average of 5.
Could you repeat that?
The labor contracts for 2024 are a 2 and a 2, which would equate to a 3% actualized.
Yeah.
And then about half of our employees are eligible for step increase, which would make that increase about 5%.
Well, this is never fun, Mr. Chair. What are you looking for a motion?
Well, I guess looking for,
Or do we need more discussion? Tell us what to
yeah,
do.
I believe so. I know this is oftentimes a difficult discussion. And again, I guess having the numbers, I take a look at Sherburne County at $56,000 a year, and just the public doesn't know we're at $41,000 a year at the present time. And I know a number of counties also actually are approaching $100,000. Our salaries are twice of what we are here. And we do have those years of which time and time again we made no increase. And I was supportive of a number of those ones where we made no increase. So, yeah, obviously with the duties also that have been put upon us, I mean, even this past year or so, people are pushing us into international issues, national issues, and state issues on a daily basis almost, and that all requires time. And we, I think we all experience fatigue at many days about the jobs that we do. So anyway, I'll look for a benchmark for somebody to start conversation, but I'll open it up to you folks instead of starting it. Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, obviously, as a newbie on the board, We all knew what it was. It's 41,952, by the way, so 42,000. We all knew what it was when we ran. One thing I'm glad, talking to other counties, that we don't do a per diem. I think a per diem is too driven on just going to a meeting to get the per diem.
Yeah.
And so the wisdom that the board had years ago to do away with the per diem, I think, is wise. And in most counties that I've talked to, the per diem typically is about 15,000 in addition to their salary. And so these counties that are doing that, you know, you can add 15,000 to the number because that's what the per diems are. But I'm glad we don't do a per diem. We do expenses, and I think that's fair. We all have very different time involved. We all approach this job differently. We all have different travel requirements. It takes me about an hour to get to every meeting here and back, so that's 2 hours on the road that others don't have. So there's a variety of things that are going on. When I was on the council, I always said, I think what's fair, one, I do believe we should keep it, you know, we need to keep it moving forward to some degree because we're all tenants, you know, short-term tenants of this. And if we want to continue to encourage, there's a number of people that have told me as they see, you think about running, they just said, well, I'm not going to take a cut in my work salary to run for county commissioner or legislature even, or other things. And I guess that's a personal decision. I personally did. I had to cut back my hours. I knew that. I was prepared to do that. I love public service. But we want to, looking forward, we want to make sure that we don't discourage good people to come here. I think there's a value to have a job and to do this, and that's why I chose and choose to do that. I think I'm a better commissioner because I'm more involved on different fronts. But again, everybody's got to approach that differently. But when I was on the council, I always said I feel it's fair that whatever the staff is getting, that the council gets. And I would say that here, I think it's fair that if staff is getting a 3%, and with the step thing, I guess we can talk about that. If it's 3 to 5%, I think that's a way of, you know, what the one thing the board didn't do when they did away with the per diem is they didn't assess that value of the per diem with the salary at that time, but that's way too long ago for us to make that adjustment. I think we can blame somebody here. I'm not sure which member that would be, but teasing. But that's the time that it would have been maybe better to kind of have a correction. But I would feel comfortable. One, I think we need to do something to keep current or for future generations. But I'd feel comfortable with what the employees are getting. So if that's 3 or 5, I guess that's.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I certainly think for right now, that's what makes the most sense. There are a number of counties that clearly have relooked at what compensation was in other places, what else they're putting in. For me, this is a more than full-time job. I'm not alone on this board. We know we're donating a lot. I wish I could get a tax deduction for that maybe, but that is part of the decision we've made as a family. And as you said, Jeff, I think as we're looking for people moving forward, I think doing something, getting us to the appropriate base, hopefully within a year, not now, but getting information. So maybe next year we can get to an appropriate base would make sense. So that we are really talking about linking ours to solely to what employees are, you know what I mean? So that we're doing something that's similar. For right now, that does, your suggestion does make a lot of sense.
The comparison with employees' salaries does not recognize other benefit increases that employees get. So the big, the total picture would consider those two, but at this point, right now, we don't have the background or the time to look into that, but we've got to get this party started. And so I would move that we do the 5% increase.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second to do a 5% increase on the salaries. Any discussion on that?
Mr. Chair, I guess Lee beat me to it. I guess I was going to propose probably a 3%, but again, just for the public, that's listening or might be seated here, when the counties were compared to, our salary per capita is $1.29. The next closest one is $2. Just off of these, what do we got? 3, 6, 8, 7 counties. On Micah, the average is $2.63. I mean, I think, I know my years on here, we've been pretty prudent as far as not just saying, oh, okay, let's just raise our salary, because when I first got on, I was like, oh, okay, I signed up for this. I know what was going on. But I guess as you get older and wiser, it's kind of like, I hope that we get people to run that truly, want to be the steward of our county. And, if we're going to keep such a low salary out there, that's not going to happen. I mean, even in my case, I was in banking. I gave up a lot, when I took this, but, I also wanted to do it because I, felt I guess I could do it. So, I was inclined to say 3%. I can support a 5 because these last couple of years, it was definitely way more time spent than probably in previous years, just because there's been a way more,
To give you, Steve, to give you a handle of what happens to us, as we get more involved in this process, we see other opportunities where we can contribute. And as you're well aware, having worked with us for a while, if we see an opportunity to make an improvement, we don't go, oh, that's nice. It comes forward. And the more experience you got, the more opportunities you say. We got a second on the motion.
We
right,
got a
Joe?
motion and a second. Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, the difference between the 3 and the 5 is $2 a day. Not to trivialize this, but God, I hope, and let's face it, no matter what we do, some are going to think that we're paid too much
Yeah,
for what we do or don't do.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's, well, I'm seriously less concerned about me than I am the next one. I'm not going to be here 32 years. Not that anybody would stay on the board that long, but I'm not going to, I'm sorry, present company excluded. But I'm not going to be here 32 years. This is not a career. This is not a lifetime. This is to me, it's a mission of helping people. So it's $2 a day. The difference, and again, what is a little different than when I was on the council is that was more of a straight up, increase, the 3% or whatever. With the steps and everything, that's a little bit different. And again, totally transparent, we get the salary, and then we get the mileage expenses, and then we get healthcare. And I think that's it. But again, it's not just to be transparent. That's the way this works. And a lot of us had healthcare or have healthcare away from here. So, that's pretty much the packet. The one thing I won't do, if somebody wants to know, I'll say it offline, but there was a famous legislator that was for term limits and stayed there 28 years. And he voted against every pay increase over the years and took every one of them.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
If I vote against this, I'm not going to take it. And if I understand it, I can't say, don't give it to me. I have to cut a check and give it to you at the end of the year. But I did do that twice when I was in the legislature. I did not support the increase, and I wrote a check at the end of the year. So what I won't do is vote against something and then still take it. So I think 5% with the step increase, the 3, and then with the staff adjustment with the 5%, I think that's being reasonable. And again, my number would have been the same as the 3%. However, looking forward to the next people, I hope we can encourage better people to run. And the only way we're going to do that is to at least get in the ballpark of what.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult, Jeff.
I'll tell you that offline too. I'll tell you that after the meeting. So I guess I could, and again, we have to do what we have. We're managing a $190 million budget, 900 employees, 160,000 people. This isn't a part-time gig.
No, it's not a rinky-dink operation anymore. Can I call a question?
You can call the question, but we'll go ahead, we'll move it forward. And I'm just going to comment, yes, many folks of the public don't realize that it's just not 2 meetings a month. Yesterday I mentioned Habitat from Humanity meeting started at 9 o'clock. I didn't move from the table until 12:30 because I was working on county business. Likewise, the mobile home park meeting was at the library here in town. I didn't get home till after 8 p.m. So there's a lot of things, and I know you folks do all of those things as well. And yeah, it just goes with the job. And it's just a flat salary. There's no per diem, and that's the way it is.
And it's not complaining, it's empowering. We go to the 4-H recognition dinner. We go to the Public Works employee Christmas party. We go, because again, our presence reaffirms what the people, our employees, and what the organizations that we do, the fire department quarterly meetings, the League of City meeting. Again, not complaining, but that's what we do far beyond all this.
Okay, and so before I call the question, I am going to just state the numbers. So we are then be moving from a salary of $41,952 to a salary of $44,050. That's an increase of $2,098, okay? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay?
Mr. Chair, your next item is to consider appointments to your board and committees for 2024. Again, so you can hit the new year running if we can get most of these accomplished. Obviously, if there's some that you need to wait on or want to interview somebody or whatever, you have time to do that. But hopefully we can fill most of the slots. And
okay, are we going to go ahead and move forward on that? Is that going to take some time? Does the elephant want to
It's
take a
going to
break?
take.
This item will take some time.
Just
Yeah,
take
it'll
some
take
time
some
to
time.
get through it all.
Okay.
Could we take a break now?
Should we take a break now, or you want to go with it?
I want to take a break.
Take a break? Okay. We'll recess for an elephant break. Okay, we're back after a little recess, and we'll move on with appointments to committees. All right.
You were talking last, so here you go.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. As Dr. Williams indicated prior to the break, we're going to try to have most of our committee and board appointments set today.
Jeff, you need
There are a few that will have to wait until January, but any that we can get done today, we'll try to get done today. So I have Allison Voigt, our management analyst in administration, who's been tackling this process, and she'll go through all of the different committees and the slots that can be filled.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate all the communication with all of you through the last couple of months, as well as with the county departments. It's been a fun process. So what I'm kind of looking forward to is I'm going to go through all the boards, and at the end, I'm going to look for a motion and discussion, so we don't have to stop at each board, if that is all right with the chair and commissioners.
I thought I saw a question. So we're not going to do a motion for each committee or appointment. We'll do all that at the end. Certainly, there'll be questions back and forth to see if your selection is the right selection.
Yeah, let's do it that way. And then also, if we decide to leave one open until we want to fill later, that'll be part of the motion then as well.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so if we start off with environmental services and we take a look at Board of Adjustment, we had 2 open positions for District 2, as well as a planning, an at-large position. So for District 2, we had a recommendation from for Robert Schwagel to continue. This would be his last term. So if we would want to continue that, that would be good to go. Is there any discussion with that?
Well, just,
Or no, I know.
we didn't practice this, so sorry.
Okay.
So we'll just, again, for a district specific appointment, the commissioner is the one who gets to make that. And so again, we'll just be looking for a bobble from the commissioner in question that they are comfortable with that recommendation that they had already communicated with Allison, or if there's been a change, bring it up at that time. And again, one motion at the end to serve them all.
Mr. Chairman, do we have something we can put up there that we're looking at the same thing?
We can.
So
One of yours in.
You can keep going, but
Right, and Mr. Chair, along with that, since there's an at-large person to be decided, can we just hold all those until the end, or it's, because I know there may be different processes for them.
for the at-larges, again, depending on how many people apply,
Right,
the
that's
board
what I
may
mean.
choose to do interviews or
multiple
something,
people.
or you may choose to do something today.
Right.
And that's certainly your
Yeah, we
choice,
might.
and we can have that individual discussion at each board and committee. And again, looking for a grand motion to wrap it all up.
Right, I
At the
wasn't,
end.
just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting otherwise. It's just sometimes it's easier for us to get through all the ones that we know that are pretty easy to do, and then go back and start looking at applications.
Would you be okay with department recommendations for at-larges? Do you want me to bring that up or wait then till the end?
Mr. Chairman, is that normal?
Typically, we would indicate what the department's recommendation is to you for an at-large if there's multiples, just so that you can use that as part of your deliberation.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bertram, it would also be fair to say sometimes there isn't one
Correct.
at all, and because there's been several good people and they defer to us, and sometimes we do a subcommittee to screen and something, we have various different ways. So I think you should look at it with, if that's okay, with some flexibility, so you're not feeling like
Okay.
compelled to do any one thing.
So Robert Schwagel for District 2 was the recommendation, and the at-large recommendation by Environmental Services was Teresa Hagen. And I don't know if you all looked at that application. There are multiple applications. So we can either move forward with that or,
So for the Board of Adjustment, again, there are how many total?
5 minus Schwagel, or 4?
Okay, so
So
there are
4
4
left off
people
of
that are
Schwagel.
eligible for the at-large. Again, and not knowing what your process was, if you looked at any of those, again, if you want, we can pick one today, or again, if the county board wants to have a subcommittee interview individuals, we can do that.
Mr. Chairman, who are the 4?
It was Mr. Weathersby from District 1, Mrs. Hagen from District 2, and then Schwagel from District 2, but already done, and then Swanhorst from District 4, and a Kramer from District 3.
Sure. And the reason, Mr. Chairman, I asked that, a lot of this, as we all know, has been very fluid, including conversations that were had yesterday, at least with me. So this is fluid. Dan Ray from Collegeville Township applied for planning, and then, as this is fluid, found that the opening was on the Board of Adjustment. So he does have an application in, but he is interested in Board of Adjustment at large.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, can I suggest we defer this one?
Yeah.
The at-large one.
The
Yeah.
at-large?
Okay.
Okay.
And then add that name to the other 4 names.
All right, so moving on to delinquent refuse account appeals panel. There is a need for a public rep and a business rep, and we had no applications for this.
Mr. Chair, there are some just for the public. This like never meets. It's here as a, just in case we need to.
Okay.
Right, and currently, Terrell, you serve as the representative, and the alternate is our
And we have
Commissioner
not
Notch.
yet met since I have been on it.
Right,
Okay.
okay.
We haven't even need to. That's a good thing. People have resolved it. I want to be clear. It's not like we don't have committees, just have committees. This is like only if we need to.
Perfect. All right, moving on to Feedlot Review Committee. There was one position open for agricultural producer, and it looks like Ken Mossman was the only applicant that reapplied.
And he has served on that, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. This would be his last term.
Right.
Okay.
And which other, isn't Ken on other committees? Because we've been trying to reduce it to 1 per person.
I think
think one
he's
or two.
getting,
I'm not-
Is he on
Oh,
extension?
because there's quite a few that are on.
he's on extension as a planning. Is he on there yet from the planning? No, he's on the extension committee.
Yeah, he's on extension.
Yep, Ken is on
Yes.
extension.
And his term there will end at the end of next year.
I don't have a problem with that. That's just for us to be mindful about. We're
Okay.
trying to get there. If this will just, if it'll be on 2, then that's, seems still within us getting in the direction that we're trying to.
Okay.
He certainly does a very good job.
Perfect. Looking forward to Planning Commission. We had 2 open positions for District 5 and the at-large position. For District 5, the recommendation was Jacob Hulk. And then for the at-large position, the recommendation was Richard Blankish to continue.
That's continuing him.
Yeah,
because
to
he's still
continue.
eligible.
For Planning Commission, how many people applied?
8.
9. We have 9, yeah, or 8.
Taking out the one.
8 if we're not including Hulk, yes.
I just wanted to let you know I was following you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Stephen Ellison, is it possible to put in the names that we know that are per district as we're going along, just so when we go back through, we will see less ones to come from? And I know traditionally, the board tends to, if somebody's been serving and they're eligible, not always, but most of the time they do it. What I couldn't remember is Richard on it because he's the liaison from, no, he's on it because he's the at-large, right? And then
Correct.
he's
Correct.
the liaison right now to the
Planning department.
to the parks. Okay, got that. Okay.
Yeah, certainly I can update. This is a PDF, so I'm not
Oh,
smart enough to update this one, but we'll get this updated after today
Okay.
and get it out to
I
you.
kept trying to figure out how I could update it in front of me, so I wasn't asking questions, but
And then as long as we're, Mr. Chairman, talking about that, and then narrow it down to what the openings are. So
Correct.
you'll update what we did, and then you'll identify,
Yes.
got it?
As well as
So
Commission.
we'll be
go ahead.
reviewing this then at the next meeting?
At-
Or is that what you're getting at?
No, only the ones, Mr. Chairman, only the ones that we're not appointing. Like,
Right.
for example, the
Correct.
at-large on the Board of Adjustment, we're going to talk about that later or some, so then that'll be on the smaller list. Otherwise, the big list we'll approve today.
Okay,
right.
I think I understand.
I'll remind you.
Commissioner
Well, that
Bertram.
might not help.
Commissioner Bertram and Commissioner Persky are non-voting members on the Planning Commission, and Commissioner Bertram is the
Okay.
alternate. Would you
I
want to
see.
stay on those?
Let's move back. Are you referring on the planning
Planning
commission?
Commission,
Commissioner Blankish?
Yes.
Okay, he wants to continue.
yes.
And I don't think there's any reason to take him off.
Okay,
So-
perfect. And then,
No,
Well,
And then
you
as
want-
far as
you want
us, we should all be
consensus.
telling
Just
you
want
if there's
everyone
something we
Okay.
want to
involved.
go off.
And then she pretty much is asking that you want to continue as the delegate,
Oh, yes.
and then
Yes.
I'm the alternate.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I know you were reaching out to try to get that information from you, so I think your list of who doesn't want to do something is probably pretty small.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I just, going through it.
Yes, it's allowed me to see parts of the county I never thought I would ever see.
The next one is Wetland Appeals Panel. We have Commissioner Bertram, Commissioner Lensmeyer as the alternate, and Commissioner Notch serving on this. Are we good with continuing that?
Yeah, that one's another one of those stressful meetings.
We haven't met.
Got it. Continuing Environmental Services Fee Appeals Panel. We have 2 needs, a business rep and a public rep. We did not receive any applications for this, as well as Commissioner Clark is the serving commissioner on
The
this board.
designated person who has never been to a meeting because we haven't needed one.
Got it.
But it does sound like you're reminding us of people that, as you're thinking about people you know, to see if we could talk them into serving on something that they may never have to be on.
Well,
Which is
again,
okay.
Our
We just
thought
don't
is
want
not
that.
wanting to have to appoint someone when something arises. It's better to have a committee that's,
Absolutely.
ready if there is a need.
Moving to the Emergency Management Department and looking at the Regional Emergency Medical Services Board, we have Commissioner Notch and Commissioner Clark as the alternate on that board. And we're still good with that? Okay, perfect. Moving on to Extension Department. For the Dairy Advisory Committee, we have Commissioner Notch, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Bertram serving on this board as non-voting members. And then we are looking for a business or public representative. And then the 3 at-large positions are also open, and we had 1 application for the Dairy Advisory Committee, which was,
William.
Kyle Hoyt.
Kyle Hoym. And we had 1 non-county application, but we have to stick in the county.
So could we name Kyle to that?
Yes.
Kyle can take one of the places, yes.
And then
So
when you
we're,
make the smaller list, there'll be 2
Right,
openings.
which would be great.
yes.
And this is one where the dairy advisory, the people on there usually come back to us with having recruited people, but you might know people, Jeff, so you might want to consider reaching out there. But that's just kind of an interesting thing. And the people who are going off are going to be missed. They're pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Moving to Extension Committee, we had quite a few openings that got reapplications. So we had a District 5 opening as well as an at-large opening. District 5, Ann Smith Bleichner reapplied and was given the go-ahead by Commissioner Notch. And then for the at-large position for Extension Committee, we had quite a few applications. So we had a Decker from District 3, a Abdi from District 4, and Miss Sand from District 5. So, and then I think the recommendation came through from Randy that Mr. Abdi would be moving forward for Extension Committee.
Yep.
He's been looking to get on this committee for a while, so, and I think Lee probably did some help in recruiting him, so.
Perfect.
Just want to make sure that we,
Was that an endorsement or not?
You
Well,
tell
the
me,
board's going
yes.
to do it. I think, I don't have Lori, the director, has recommended because of his connections and to increase diversity and all that. I certainly support that.
all
Perfect.
right, thank you.
And Commissioner Bertram and Commissioner Notch serve on this board. So moving on to Highway Department, we have the Area Planning Organization Policy Board. Commissioner Persky is the representative, and then Commissioner Lensmeyer is the alternate. Is that good to stay like that? All right. Region 7 West, or 7W Transportation Committee, Commissioner Persky. Highway 23 Coalition, Commissioner Persky and Commissioner Bertram, you're the alternate. And we're good with that, okay. Looking at Noxious Weed Appeal Committee, We have Commissioner Bertram and Commissioner Lensmeyer as the alternates, and Commissioner Notch as the commissioner on that board.
And just, Mr. Chairman, for the record, it's obnoxious weed, not just obnoxious.
But they're obnoxious.
I didn't think a little humor would hurt it
Yes,
this time.
obnoxiously noxious.
Nobody
weeds.
got it but Steve.
But you want to come and look at my yard?
That was a good bad pun.
Boy, we're reaching for humor now, but I
Okay.
appreciate the attempt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moving on to human resources. Well, I can say it. The Personnel Board of Appeals doesn't need anybody. We are good to go until January of 2026. Then going on to Human Services, for the Human Services Board, we have every one of the commissioners serving on this board. Yes. What? And then we're moving on to the Human Services Advisory Committee. And
So Hani's date needs
yes,
to be
so
changed.
on this one, on mine, it's different, but Commissioner Clark and I talked, and Hani is actually, and I talked with Human Services, Hani is serving until January of 2025.
Right.
Yes. So she is good to go. There's no need
So
to
we
have
need
her
to take
switched
her off
out.
being read.
Yes, yes. On my sheet she is, but on this one not. So the next couple, so for the service rep for District 1, Mari Walker, she reapplied and was given the go-ahead by Commissioner Clark. We had a opening for District 2 for a service rep, which we are, yes, which I just talked with Commissioner Persky about with Dr. Marilyn Piesto.
Pietzo,
yeah.
Yep, she'll be a very good fit.
Perfect. And then we have Nancy Betts returning for District 2.
Great. She's the CEO from Augusta, if you don't know.
And then we have for District 3, the service rep is Grace Eggert. She reapplied, and we got the go-ahead on that. Chris Gruens decided to step down and not finish the term. So instead, for District 3, we had Lori. No, not Lori.
Yes.
Yes.
Lori
Yes.
Creamer.
Yes, Lori Kramer going for it. And we talked about it, so we're good to go on that.
I did not reach, I didn't hear back from her, but
Well, yeah, so maybe January?
no, you can go ahead and do it because I think she would have said
She'll
something.
be okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
I did email her.
Okay, perfect. And then we are doing a little bit of a switch. So Kelly Corpella, she termed out, and she was the service rep for District 4. And so we just got last night a new application, and so Commissioner Lensmeyer and I talked, and we are going to be looking at that for January. It's a new application that we got. So for January, we'll look into that. And then for District 5, we have Karen Punsack, and she reapplied, and I got the recommendation from Commissioner Notch. Yep, and then, no, I don't think so. Mm-mm. Nope, and then we have Commissioner Clark that serves on this board as a non-voting member. And then we have 2 student rep openings, but that gets changed a lot. Moving on to the State Community Health Services Advisory Committee. We have Commissioner Clark serving, and then Commissioner Notch as the alternate. Continue with that? Okay, perfect. For the Community Corrections Advisory Board, Tom Ellinger is no longer going to be, that's what, I knew I screwed up on this. Okay, Tom, I think for District 3 was gonna move to the Human Services Advisory, and then Lori was taking, no?
No?
Tom Lands. There's 2 Tom. Okay, Tom Lands is gonna be taking Tom Ellinger's visit? No.
No,
Lori's
District 4.
position. What?
Isn't he District 4?
Ellinger?
Maybe Human Services should come up and help explain the.
It just got mixed around a lot.
The good news is we're involving a lot of people. The bad news is coordinating it, so this is good news.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Tom Tom Lands will be moving from the Community Corrections Advisory Board. He has served his term, and he'll be moving to the Human Services Advisory Board as a citizen rep for that district, is the proposal.
And so it's not district-specific, it's general.
No, it would be for his
Melissa's
district.
raising her hand in the back.
District 4.
District 4, got it.
And just so people know, he's been a rep on that committee for a long time on behalf of community corrections. But he would be considered to be starting a fresh term, is what you're saying.
Correct. Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Okay. So Commissioner Lee Lensmeyer, would you be good to go with that moving forward for District 4
Tom Lands.
for Tom Lands?
Oh, yeah,
Yes, okay.
yeah,
Perfect.
absolutely.
Helpful.
Awesome. So then for the commissioners, Commissioner Notch is the alternate non-voting member, and Commissioner Clark is the representative non-voting member for Community Corrections Advisory. All right, yeah, thank you. Moving on to Family Services Collaborative Joint Powers Board. We have Commissioner Bertram, Commissioner Notch, and Commissioner Persky as the alternate.
Commissioner,
Yeah, if you want to put me over to that. So I'll become the member, and Stevie will become the alternate?
Okay.
Okay.
Which one was that?
Family Services Collaborative.
Dealing with the schools.
Yes.
I was abused by middle school students for 25 years, so.
So
I
you
have
would
a
like to be on the
background.
board.
But hopefully no grudges.
I can't wait for our first meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Coalition of Advancing Healthy Families Joint Powers Board, Commissioner Clark, and then Commissioner Notch are the alternate. And we're good with keeping that. And then the last one for Human Services is the SHIP Community Leadership Team, and then Commissioner Clark, you are on that. Awesome. So moving on to Parks Department, the Parks Commission. We had an opening for District 1 and District 5, and I thought we...
McMullen.
Yes. So District 1, we had a couple of applications, and Commissioner Clark and I had a discussion, and she recommended that Mike or Mullen would
I
move
talked with
forward.
Ben as well.
Yes. And then for 5, for Amy Sherping would continue serving, and Commissioner Notch and I, his recommendation would be to continue with Amy Sherping going forward. And then Commissioner Persky, you are the non-voting member on this. Would you like to continue on that? Perfect. Okay, going to non-departmental AMC delegates. We have all of our commissioners on that, and we'll continue that.
Well, is there any desire by any board member to change what policy committee you're on? I know I just want to be thorough and make sure I ask the question. Hearing none, we'll move on.
The only thing, Mr. Chairman, I would ask is on some of the, like the emergency services or whatever, I inherited justice because Commissioner Persky, I deferred to him on transportation. Commissioner Mergen had that. But should we be aligning, not today, but in the future, some of our committees more in line with what our delegate positions are? You might want to look at that.
Well, and on that note, just so you know, I was the delegate. I switched because I got elected to be vice chair of SHAC. And usually you look at it from both perspectives, both the human services and the justice. But if you want to be the alternate, I wouldn't be against that at all. But I just want you to know they try to do have both.
Sure. No, I'm not on this one. It just brought on the emergency services, for example, because I've been asked by other counties why I'm not on that committee. And again, I don't know that. I'm asking naively, do we align our committees where we're delegates and alternates, try to line them up? And I'm not asking to do that today, but that might make sense. But no, I'm fine on the AMC and NACO.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Bertram, I think the reason that I'm on those is basically I'm on the Freeport Fire and Rescue, and it was recommended being kind of in that arena, it would probably be a good fit.
Yeah.
And I'm not questioning any membership other than, do we align the two? And there's more than one, I think, a board member on those. But again, that's a bigger discussion for, but
Right.
yeah, I have
And it
certainly
may
have.
be that there's so much interconnection too that we still have to figure out. And, if you're seeing something that you're interested in and one of us serves on it, let's just make sure we're having conversations too.
Sure.
Yeah. I have a question. Who's serving on the Emergency Communications Board? Is one of you servicing?
You talking to Emergency Services Board?
No, communications. You're on that, Jeff?
I'm not.
Okay,
I think that
Do
might
we
have been,
have that for a board?
okay.
I think that might have been the one that I was asked why I wasn't on that one, but I
Okay.
don't know. Again,
I'll
it's
see what I can find out on
future-
that.
Check on that one. yeah.
Future
Yeah,
discussion.
if we don't have anybody on it, that would be good.
Thank
Where's
you
the
for raising that.
overlap with this and 911 stuff?
We have that discussion at the Justice Services Committee.
What'd you come up with?
No, I mean, at the EMC level, that 911 is in that wheelhouse. And so that's what I think the discussion was,
Right,
that's what was brought to my attention.
And
Again,
it's-
I'm still learning.
right. And it's also in the technology committee. I mean, it's in more than one place. That's the only thing that's a good thing about us. To the extent we can specialize, great. And sometimes it's many people.
And I'm fine with, certainly being on Justice Services with EMC, as long as Becky shows up and not Melissa. If they both show up, then I have a problem with that, but I've been able to work around that so far. Another light moment.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Continuing with non-departmental, Career Solutions Joint Powers Board, Commissioner Bertram and Commissioner Lenzmeyer. Yeah, continue, okay. Central Minnesota Council on Aging, Commissioner Lenzmeyer and Commissioner Clark. Continue. Central Minnesota Economic Development 7W District Board, Commissioner Persky and Commissioner Lenzmeyer. Community Adult Mental Health Initiative, Commissioner Notch.
Yep.
And that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, Commissioner Persky as the alternate, Commissioner Notch and Commissioner Clark serving. Emergency Services Board, Commissioner Lenzmeyer and Commissioner Notch as the alternate.
Maybe, Mr.
Maybe
Chair?
that's what you're talking about.
This would be one, I mean, if Commissioner Bertram is interested, this is a broader range. This is your 911, next gen 911. With the committee you're on, this could be a good one that, if you want to either, replace me and be the alternate, it would be, because it's a way broader scale. It's,
How often do they meet?
Varies.
what does it say?
It
It
varies.
varies. It depends on what activities they have going on.
The only reason I ask that is not, I don't, the interest wouldn't be is they only meet once a year, not at all.
Oh, no.
But certainly with AMC, and I went to the NACO ones, that would be in line with that, and maybe Lee doesn't want to be the delegate. Not only would I be the alternate, I could potentially be the delegate to that and have Lee as the alternate.
Yeah, the meeting's next Thursday, I believe, at 1 o'clock. And if Lee's attending, because it's here in St. Cloud at City Hall, then, I'll go on virtually, but, just to attend to kind of get a feel. But if you want to be the alternate.
It just is in line, because the last two times we met with EMC, that 911 was half of our discussion. So again, that's why I asked earlier how we line these up. It just makes sense that there's some continuity from what's going on at NACO, EMC, and our county committees, I would think.
Absolutely.
We can have that discussion after the meeting if you want to, at Lee and I. Then if Steve's willing to step off of that, Lee and I can decide the alternate delegate with you.
And we can certainly, do that in January when we bring back the rest for things. So again, if we, at this point, we'll just take Steve off, we'll put Jeff on, and the two, you can horse trade or arm wrestle on who's going to be in what seat.
Oh,
and
he'll
let us know
beat
for
me.
January.
I don't want to arm wrestle. He'll beat me. Maybe the meeting, if it works out, Steve certainly should still attend that meeting because he's still on it.
Yes, this would be
But if
for-
you let me
this
know
would be
what the
next year.
information is, I could just
Correct.
at least
Maybe
zoom
even
in
go on
to
remotely.
get a flavor. So
Yeah.
you'll have to get me that information.
Perfect. Moving on.
One thing that's underappreciated, I've never heard it brought up, I've thought of it, is the nature of the individual commissioner district has some implications on what our committee assignments are. This particular issue might be one. The decisions we make have different implications, whether it's the district's more rural or more urban in nature. I never thought of it that way, but back in the day, until just a year and a half ago, I had townships in my district, and I no longer do. So I don't know to what extent that's a consideration for these assignments, but certainly willing to listen. Thank you.
The Great River Library Board, we had discussion about this, and I talked with the CEO, Karen Punsack, yesterday, and the decision of going from 5 board members to 4 has happened. And so there were 2 open positions, District 2 and District 5. Both Alan Amdahl and Zuria Enjum reapplied and were both given green lights by their commissioners. However, with the redistricting, George Fiedler in District 3 is actually in District 2 now. So what we kind of all discussed yesterday was that because George serves on another board, it would be Alan and Zuria going forward, and then George coming off of this committee, and then a discussion. Lee, you still have 2 years left on the board. There's a 3-year terms, and then 9-year at the end, and you are at year 7 currently.
So in 2 years, we'll have to pick a different commissioner to serve on the library board. But
Yes.
at this point, again, Lee can finish out his term.
And going from 5 to 4.
Right. So I
And,
think,
and Mr. Chairman, there needs to be a commissioner on that. I mean,
Yes.
there definitely needs to be. I mean, because I served on it, not obviously as a board member, but there does need, and most of the counties are represented only by a commissioner.
Yep.
Morrison County,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Todd County, for example.
Well,
and,
and hopefully we'll get to the point that we'll have 5 back, encouraging people to take out more library periodicals, books, and others so that we can get back our 5th seat.
right. Otherwise, then one thing we'll have to consider at some point is, whether or not we designate these as all at large or something, or however the board wants to do that. But for the purposes of this year, I think this solution will work.
Correct. For the Stearns County History Museum Board, Commissioner Bertram, you are serving on that as a non-voting member. The Housing and Redevelopment Authority, so the HRA, we are looking for someone from District 4 to take the place of Dan Oshner. And we had nobody apply.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, Neil had a suggestion or had a candidate that I suggested he talk to Lee on for the HRA board.
Perfect.
So talk to Neil and Lee, because that came up at the meeting last week.
Good.
Perfect.
And hopefully we'll get that all settled and bring that back for January.
Awesome. And Commissioner Bertram, you are serving on this board as a non-voting member. The Law Library, Commissioner Lensmeyer, you are serving on that
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
The Minnesota Inter-County Association, Commissioner Bertram, you are the alternate, and Commissioner Notch and Commissioner Clark, you are both serving on that. One Watershed, One Plan, Mississippi, Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Lensmeyer. One Watershed, One Plan, North Fork, Crow, Commissioner Notch, Commissioner Bertram. One Watershed, One Plan, Sauk, Commissioner Notch, Commissioner Clark. Regional Airport Authority, Commissioner Lensmeyer and Commissioner Notch.
Mr. Chairman, on the watershed one, I went to one meeting that Steve couldn't go to, and the members there said that most of them, they both come anyway. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I haven't. I don't know if I should or need to.
It's kind of open if you want to attend. Can both be there.
I've participated in some things. I partially went on because I do have some of the Sauk in my district, and I knew that the Mississippi River one was coming up. Mississippi River one, people have the option of participating in person or remotely, so that gives a little bit more flexibility. That one isn't. If you're interested in becoming the alternate on that, I'm fine with it. I mean, so just let me know.
I'm really not. North Fork
Okay.
is what I was asking.
That's what I thought. Oh, you're talking North Fork.
Yeah,
Oh,
North
okay.
Fork, I was asking for clarification.
Okay.
Should I be participating even if Steve is there? I'm not clear on that.
I think as an alternate, you shouldn't be voting, but I certainly think, as we've had this with many of our groups, that participating in the discussions is certainly something that's allowed.
And on the Mississippi River St. Cloud one, Sherburne County, the alternate often participates as well as the member. She's often on remotely, and obviously they don't get to vote unless the other person isn't there, but it certainly is a good and welcome thing, but not necessarily necessary. Thank God our Environmental Services Department does such a good job updating us.
So, Mr. Chairman, add that North Fork then to the notification that I know when those meetings are, along with the 911 one.
The Regional Rail Authority was what I actually meant to say versus the Regional Airport Authority. So Commissioner Lensmeyer, Commissioner Notch, and Commissioner Clark, you serve on the Rail Authority. And then we move on to the Greater St. Cloud Development Corporation. Commissioner Lensmeyer and Commissioner Clark, you're the alternate. St. Cloud, Benton, Sherburne, Stearns Joint Airport Zoning Board, Commissioner Lensmeyer and Commissioner Clark. And then we move on to the Minnesota rural counties, which we have just added in this year with dues. And so we need to have a commissioner participate in this, as well as every other commissioner can be an alternate. So I didn't know.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly have an interest. I haven't been, I've been attending the meetings as we did, Carol and Joe and I did, and I think Lee was there too at the meeting last week. But because I'm not really directly involved in the NACO stuff to a large degree yet, and minimum on AMC, certainly want to get involved in some of that. So I would welcome serving on that. And, obviously it's rural, Steve certainly too. I mean, but I don't know how you do the alternates, but just to let you know, I certainly would have an interest in being the delegate if that fits in the big picture.
I guess my opinion would be with the Minnesota rural counties, if I take a look at your two districts, you probably take over 80% of the land mass, and you involve with most of the ditches, most of the public lands. I would say the two of you should be on that committee. No, Commissioner Bertram and Commissioner Notch, you two should be the ones that are on that committee.
Well, one of them gets to be the delegate, and then the rest of us can be an alternate. And I'm interested in being an alternate. Most of the counties do that. But I think both of you are interested, so I didn't know if you wanted to say anything too or not, or if you guys are going to go duke it out and come back to us.
If we can do something other than arm wrestle, I'm open to doing that.
My brother and I used to leg wrestle because I knew he'd win
Oh, I don't wanna
arm
do that.
wrestling, and I thought I could beat him at leg wrestling.
We could sell tickets for that one.
Yeah.
So, what I'm hearing is Terrell would like to be an alternate. Joe, I'm not getting the sense that you want to be an alternate.
No, well, no. But, I just, again, my opinion is if we take a look at the demographics and the geography of our counties, those folks pretty much fit in with the demographic of those rural counties, opposed to, I've got a couple of townships in Lee and Terrell don't have any townships. They don't deal so much with the rural issues that these folks deal with, and we can all attend. I'll still go to the meetings and sit at the kids' table.
Well, we'll all sit at the kids' table except for the one person who's the delegate. And this is it. We're testing this out. It's about our whole county. We're going to be far and away the biggest one. And almost all of them have all the other commissioners an alternate, and I'd like to participate for that reason. And I think the two of you would both do a good job as delegate, and I don't know how you want to make that decision.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of interested in being a delegate, and then along with that, serving on the MICA, because it can maybe tie the two together and maybe decide we don't need maybe the rural counties, but I don't know if we want to talk offline afterward and we can decide that in January.
If you want to wait until January, that's completely fine.
Okay.
And I think a nice mixture, we can talk offline, but a nice mixture would be, if you're on MICA, I'm on the rural caucus, it spreads it apart a little bit, but again, let's do it offline.
Okay. All right, we'll bring that one back.
All right, the last two, Tri-County Solid Waste Management Commission. We have all of our commissioners on that, and Commissioner Notch is the alternate. So the last board and committee that we have to talk about is the Opioid Community Advisory Committee, which was just added. And what we're looking for is potentially Human Services to come up and talk a bit about it. And then I can read off the names of the appointees.
Right, so again, while Melissa walks up here,
Does it have to be her, Mr. Chairman?
unfortunately. So while she's coming up here, I can just give a very quick update that, again, this is a committee that, again, as part of the opioid settlement, the counties all got money to help combat the opioid crisis, and we are required to have a multidisciplinary committee in place to help us steer our efforts in using the money that we've been allocated. And so I just want Melissa up here to talk about how these people were vetted out from different sectors of the community.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Melissa Huberty, Human Services Administrator. You may recall the last time that we were at the board was back in the fall on the opioid settlement funding. And at that time, you had made a decision that we do need an advisory committee, and it is part of the funding that you have an advisory committee in place with various sectors. So all of these folks are applications that we accepted during the fall, and there were others. What we tried to do is spread them out across all the districts. I can get that information to you after the board if you would like it. And they represent all the sectors. So there's law enforcement, human services, public health, school districts, you know, and I don't
Service
remember.
providers.
Yes, there are service providers in there. And so it's all along the lines of what we presented in the fall, and I can get that to you after the board meeting. So.
Mr. Chairman, Melissa, any public, just regular Jane and Joe Doe?
I don't believe on this, but everybody represents either a specific entity, so that's what the advisory committee has to be made of. Other people, it'd be an open group, they could come and attend. But the group that would be assigned are the folks that are from service providers, all the districts, you know, it's pretty laid out in the settlement funding.
There's clinics and hospitals, I believe,
Yep,
represented on here
healthcare's
too.
there.
Mr. Chairman, was this list shared with us, this list? I can't remember seeing this list.
No, this was just added.
This list it was part of the package.
So we probably could bring that back in I'd like to see the cross-section, if you don't
We can
mind.
do that.
Is there a board member on there?
Actually, there is not a
No,
board member.
again, this is an advisory committee that's going to, what we talked about in the fall when Melissa
Yes.
was here is that this committee will help structure ideas on how we can use the settlement money to combat the opioid issues. Those recommendations will be fed into our budget process going forward, and those plans will be presented to you as part of that process. So this is a group to help generate ideas off on their own.
And my only thought, Mr. Chairman, is someone like Commissioner Clark or Persky just would be a good liaison to kind of prep it to come, but we'll look at the list, and if they have interest, it just seems to make some sense because this is a huge thing. Big committee, huge dollars.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, that's a good idea. And the meetings will be, this will be a group, and actually I forgot, communities of color are also represented, which may hit, and rural areas, rural Minnesota as well. So you'll want to see the list. I didn't know it hadn't been submitted to you in advance, but in addition, how it will work is this group will come up with their ideas of how they want to spend the money, and it will be sent to the policy committee, which is made up of Mike Williams and Steve Hammes, myself, our chief strategist in public health, Janet Gologowski, make sure that it fits in line with all the rules, and then it'll be presented to the board for your final approval.
And Mr. Chairman, Melissa, thank you for remembering that, because I did make that point. The opioid crisis is as severe in rural Minnesota as it is in the metro. It's severe both, but there are different characteristics to it. You know, the meth labs that happen in rural county areas are still meth labs, but they're more predominant because they're out of sight, out of mind, you know, those. So that is, I think, critical. But I think Commissioner Clark or Persky, I think, would be a good addition to it. So we'll look at the list and see how that works.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So then the last couple are watershed districts that we will bring up in June.
Right. Now, the water district terms don't end at the end of the year. They end typically in the summer. And so we don't have to deal with any of those at this point in time, and we'll bring those back when their terms expire.
Right. So at this point, we are going to, Mr. Chair and the commissioners, looking for a motion to approve this of the boards and committees, and then move what we need to January for the ones that are undecided.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
Okay. Okay, have a motion and a second to approve those committee appointments and to bring back the other ones that.
I forgot, Mr. Chairman, could we add a committee that the chief deputy, something at 4 o'clock on a Monday morning would have to attend? I don't know what committee that would be. I'm only doing that so he doesn't doze off on us in the audience.
I'm sure we can come up with something.
Okay,
yeah.
let's work on that as well.
Valuable input, valuable input.
Okay.
Perfect.
Any more discussion on the appointments? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of supporting those appointments, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
And one suggestion, again, as a newbie, is if we could get this sooner. I felt sorry for Allison more than once, and then I started feeling sorry for myself because there was a lot of information in a short period of time. Like even the watershed, even though it's only coming up in June, let's try to talk about that in March, because and Commissioner Clark and I talked, she said, well, they don't apply. Well, we can try to push that. Plus, if we see that someone isn't applying, we can kind of jumpstart that within our districts or within the county. If we know someone that's really good, say, you should talk to Commissioner so-and-so, you might fit on that committee for that. So if we can do this a couple months earlier, I think Allison won't get gray hair. That's the goal.
Well, Mr. Chair, before Steve tells us this, they do start bugging us in October, with what our openings are, and for us to start thinking about it, maybe what we really need is a more nudging way of tickling us so that
I apologize. I was on
remembering,
maternity leave.
because I know,
I'm sorry.
I literally know that you started in October.
Right. This was one of the first tasks we gave Allison, is to help redo this process. And
Great
again,
job.
she did just come back, and I think that the process was smoother this time. But yes,
Thank you.
there's always more opportunity to try to get people. Again, we've did more social media and other campaigns this year than we have in the past to get more people, and that's something we can continue to work on. Again, it's something that it's hard because people don't always think about wanting to serve on a board or a committee, or they're not sure what committee might be the right fit for them. So again, anything we can do to help get more people in the door to apply is something we'll be working on in this next year.
Yes, and also I think we all want to thank those people that have been serving, and we appreciate that time. There are compensations for these commitments, but I know the amounts don't justify the work that a lot of them put into it. So I want to say a shout out to all those folks that are serving the county.
Yes, and after this meeting, I will have more time to then look at those that have served for their term or the longevity of the 9 years, and we'll be able to get those awards and present them at one of the next county board meetings.
Okay, sounds good.
And then, Mr. Chairman, the letters letting the applicants know are going to come again from the districts that they're in, and then the chair for the at-large ones.
Yes.
Right? Got it. Because that's been a change. Got it.
And before we let Allison go, now that the board slate has been set to date, there's one other quick item on the per diems that we wanted to bring to your attention.
Correct. Mr. Chair and the commissioners, we need to bring up the per diem summary for some of the boards and committees. If you look in your packet, there should be a list of all the boards and committees and the departments and what they are eligible for per diem. The only thing that was changed from this year for Environmental Services Board of Adjustment, their meetings went from 11 to 12 meetings a year. And then if you look at Property Services for the Board of Equalization, we decided, yes, $50 per training, but then we also saw that there was $100 per meeting, and so we added that in this year, and we need to.
So we will need a board motion to approve the new $100 per meeting for the Board of Adjustment.
Oh, equalization.
Equalization, I apologize.
Okay. I'll look for that motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Notch? Second, Commissioner Bertram. Any discussion on that change, Lee?
No disagreement with the appointments. The observation I'd make, sometimes in our attempts to get the balance that we would hope for, sometimes it's nearly impossible. For example, the Human Services Board we talked about, all of those appointments are people that are involved in those functions. And it's unavoidable. If you appoint a body of citizens that are not involved in that, those meetings will take forever and not be productive. So sometimes having people that are in the business, so to speak, is terrific benefits, even though you will at times take criticism for that. But thank you, Joe.
Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good job.
Randy, we're going to move on to Auditor Treasurer, and I believe we have a public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a public hearing on just one increase in fee and one removal of a fee. So this was advertised, and we have not heard any public comments, so we need a public hearing. And Jody's here if you have any questions on that, and staff
Okay.
is here too, so.
Okay, we'll go ahead. Do you have something to present before we open the public hearing?
Good morning. My name is Sarah Utsch, Finance Director in the Auditor Treasurer's Office, and we are here today to request a public hearing. And just as a note, there are 3 proposed changes to the fee schedule, which were published in the paper and should be in your board packet. 1 within the Highway Department and 2 within Community Corrections of the Human Services Department. So with that,
Can you make a brief
I sure can. The Highway Department is looking to increase their egg service spray test from $25 to $60, which will match with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture charges. That change came to us after our last public hearing, and that is why we're coming to you with a second public hearing. And when we had one to change, we reached out to the rest of the departments to ask if anybody else had anything. And at that time, Human Services asked to remove 2 of their fees from their fee schedule. One is a $61 collection service fee, and another one is to remove the $100 adult transfer out fee for adult offenders on probation who are transferred out to another county.
Okay.
So the quick question, so this highway spray test, who gets charged that, or what does that relate to?
Joey?
Was it a fee paid by somebody else, or what?
Good morning, Jody
Morning.
Tyke, County Engineer. So our ag inspector has been proctoring licensed weed sprayer
Contractors?
tests. Yes, so contractors may come in. Generally, sometimes it might be employees of other government agencies if they need to come in to take the test because the Department of Ag has not been able to administer those tests. So we've been charging enough so that people could continue to get licensed. But now we would be charging, if we don't raise this fee, less than the Department of Ag will be charging. So that's why we want to match their fee, because otherwise we foresee our ag inspector doing nothing but these tests because they would be less than half of what the Department of Ag.
So this is different than a personal pesticide applicator's license?
Correct. This is for commercial applicators.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You're good with that, Steve?
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. If not, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on the fee schedule changes. Anyone wishing to testify? Anyone wishing to testify on the changes on the fee schedule? Anyone wishing to testify? If not, I'll close the public hearing. Was there any written document sent in? Does anyone know of?
There's not been.
Nothing?
No.
Okay. All right.
The only question, Mr. Chairman, I have is what can we do to make Jeff say something as long as he's here?
Thanks, and good morning.
There you go. Okay.
Well, thank you for your work. I'll go ahead and look for a motion.
So move.
Okay, and a second?
I can
Commissioner
second that,
Lenzmeyer?
yeah.
Okay, for changes on the fee schedule, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next item is a request to approve a tax forfeiture sale of some property to the Clearwater River Watershed District. And with me today is Mark Iverson from the Auditor's Office, the Director of Land Records, to go over it. So.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm Mark Iverson, the Land Records Coordinator for the county. Before you today, we have a request to purchase tax forfeited property from the county that currently is owned by the county. by the Crow River Watershed District. They are looking to purchase it. Right now, the property forfeited in 2012, and so it's been sitting in inventory since that time. The watershed is interested in purchasing the property now at a reduced price because they have a septic system. Prior to the property forfeiting, it was owned by the Wandering Ponds Estate Homeowners Association. So that homeowners association on there was the septic system that provided the services for all the properties there. That site still has that septic system for all the properties that are along there, and it's operated by the Crow River Watershed District on behalf of that association. So they're looking to purchase that property. They have some changes, upgrades they're going to make to it, and as part of that ownership, those upgrades, they need to have ownership of the property.
Okay. So actually the watershed will be purchasing this forfeited property, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I credit Randy and his office and for working through this. I went to the first meeting in January, and this had been an issue, kind of an ongoing issue. And Randy and the department jump-started this. It makes all the sense in the world to the county, to the watershed district, to the residents along that watershed district. So this was long coming.
Okay. All right. Any questions about that? Any further questions? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve that.
So move.
And a second by Commissioner Lenzmeyer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. That should take care of it.
Thank you.
Move on to environmental services.
Good morning, Commissioners. Becky Schlorf, Division Supervisor with Environmental Services. The item I have for you today is for the Sauk River Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan, 2024-2025 Biennial Work Plan, as well as a grant application. So the 10-year plan has been done and approved back a few years ago, and that calls for 2-year plans to be developed every 2 years to continue the implementation. The Board of Water and Soil Resources also runs the Watershed-Based Implementation Fund, or WBIF. It's a grant program every 2 years, and basically the work plan serves as that application. So before you today is that 2024-2025 work plan. The Policy Committee did approve this at their meeting on November 16th. So I would need a motion for the work plan as well as the grant application, which the Board of Water and Soil Resources did allocate for the Sauk $1.2 million. So that is the grant application in this case.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the comprehensive water management plan forward.
Second.
Okay. Okay, I got a motion and a second to move that management plan and the grant application forward. Any further discussion or questions on it?
I can second that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's a process to go through all, because you're dealing with 9 entities, soil and waters and counties, and, to come up with a plan pretty much that the majority of us agree to submit is a little bit of a task. Because, this year you might work in Stearns County, next year there might be a big project in Todd County or Pope County. So yeah, it's a pretty good collaborative. I think we've kind of found that sweet spot where everybody understands how it should work and move it forward.
Okay. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item, Angie.
Good morning, Commissioners. Angie Berg, Environmental Services. And I am filling in for Shelley today, and Jennifer is here to assist us with this application. I'll kick us off here, and then while Jennifer starts going through the application, I will get the slides up on the screen. So we're here today to have a public hearing for Pearl Garden LLC on behalf of Roche Solanka, and I will let Jen take over from here.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. So this item is a request for an interim use permit for a 1 megawatt solar garden. This was actually before the Planning Commission in September. The Planning Commission did a hearing and voted 3-3. The motion was made to recommend approval, but the vote ended in a tie, 3-3. The county board did discuss this briefly in October and ended up setting a public hearing for today. So that is what we are here for. The Planning Commission findings of fact are included in your packet. I can go through those or summarize those if you would like. Otherwise, you probably had a chance to read them. At this time, let me know if you'd like me to go through the findings. Otherwise, it is a public hearing.
Do you want to just, can you briefly summarize them?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. So let's see here. Okay, the Planning Commission felt the request was both consistent and not consistent with the comprehensive plan. They felt it was consistent with the county zoning ordinance 439, meeting the performance standards required, that it is allowed as an interim use in the A80 zoning district. They felt it's not compatible with the existing neighborhood. They felt that the applicant demonstrated the standards of the ordinance will be met. Zion Township did express concern about snow removal. So that was one of their findings. And they noted that there is a moratorium in place in Zion Township right now on solar. However, the moratorium does not apply to this project. And I'll just give a brief summary of what the request is here. So on this property, there's an application received for a 1 megawatt solar garden to the north. That one is being processed as a permitted use. And so then this project that you're looking at today would be the 2nd megawatt on this property. So that is why this one is here before us for an interim use permit. The design meets the ordinance standards that are required for a solar garden. The proposed conditions are listed out in the staff report if the board would end up approving it. There are conditions recommended, which we can go through at some point if you would like. And that's all I have.
Okay. Questions for Angie or Jennifer? Questions?
Mr. Chair, just a quick clarification. Was the township concerned with the first one, being that was close to the township road when the snow removal?
Yes, good question, Commissioner Notch. They were concerned with the first one because that is the one that's along the township road.
Correct.
And that is not the application before you today.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, for the record, the township didn't know about the first one until I let them know after I got the application. They weren't notified of that one because of the current process. So they weren't even aware of that, but when they did become aware of it, they did express that concern.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to testify on the solar garden in Zion Township? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. It's 2 minutes after now.
Name and address.
Time flies.
You have your name and address?
Yes, Chairperson, my name is Fritz Ebinger. I'm the project developer for Nokomis Energy. I'm responsible for these projects. The first thing I want to correct is the township was notified in writing with our plans in June 16th by email. I can happily print that out. So the township had notification of both of these projects. I want to correct that inaccuracy for the record.
Okay.
We've been fully communicative with the township throughout this process. Everything I've done and said, I've put in writing to them. We've met all the setbacks that have been required. We have a 100-foot setback per the county road and county highway department requirements. We also met a 100-foot setback on the northern project, which is not subject to this hearing. We redispatched our environmental engineers to restudy that area to make sure we met the township's 100-foot setbacks. Beyond that, we've met all the requirements that are set forth in Ordinance 439. That includes wetlands delineations, natural heritage information review, stormwater management, erosion and sediment controls, screening requirements, both on the north, east, and southern side of the gardens, again, the 100-foot setbacks, and we are set to pay the 125% vegetative management bond and the $185,000 decommissioning bond for these projects. We are not removing any mature trees, and we are meeting all the pollinator habitat standards set forth by the Board of Water and Soil Resources as required in the Stearns County permitting process. The other thing I'd mention is that in your comprehensive plan, Stearns County's comprehensive plan specifically mentions clean energy policies under their agricultural goals, and I'll read them out loud. Site solar energy systems in a way that reduces conflict with adjacent land uses, including but not limited to avoiding areas that will impact future development potential for a municipality. I'd point out to you that to the west is an Ag 80 zone, to the north is an Ag 80 zone, to the east is an Ag 80 zone parcel, and to the south is an Ag 80 zone parcel. Our land use does not conflict with any of those adjacent land uses. I would contend that a confined animal feeding operation would cause more stir than this project has. I'd also point out under clean energy policy that it says continue to require beneficial habitat ground cover on solar sites. We're meeting that requirement as well. My landowner simply wishes to use her property as she sees fit. She's thinking about her next generation, which is why she decided to partner with us.
Is that it?
That's all I have. I welcome questions. I'm happy to answer any.
Okay. I guess you don't have any.
All right.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ashley Bukowski, and I'm also here on behalf of Pearl Garden LLC. They asked me to assist them with this application process as well. So now you just heard some testimony about what the project consists of, but I think it's important to take a step back and remember that this is an IUP. So it is an application for a use that Stearns County has previously determined was allowable as long as certain criteria was met. And now the county has also retained the opportunity to set conditions on the permit and set a sunset or a deadline on this. When we look at the comprehensive plan, this project is exactly in line with what the comprehensive plan looks for. It specifically states an overarching theme that it looks for a harmonious relationship between agricultural uses and renewable energy. And you can see that here throughout the project information provided to you. It was previously explained that we provide a pollinator ground cover, which will help enrich the nutrient soil underneath this project, which will also help benefit the pollinators with surrounding agricultural uses as well. So there is a benefit for the public as well. We talked a little bit about the zoning ordinance, and a moratorium was mentioned. But when you look at the language of the moratorium, it specifically excludes applications received 2 years prior to the enactment of the moratorium. So we know the intention of the township was to further study the ordinances that they have currently in place to see if solar gardens are compatible. But under the current criteria, this solar garden is permittable, and it does follow the intentions of the township since it was excluded as well. The road maintenance has been mentioned a few times throughout, but I just want to reiterate that the main concern with the road maintenance was to the solar garden to the north, not particularly with this one as well. But after studying the setbacks, I believe it was determined that there should be no issue with road maintenance, as the snow removal should not be an issue as well. And I think it's important to not take away that this will be a positive impact on the residents of the township and the county as well. It will decrease the amount the residents have to pay over time due to the residential subscription project. And it is estimated that there will be about a 10 to 15% savings over the kilowatt hour rate over that time. This applicant is committed to this community partnership and wants to see this as a benefit to the community overall. The decommissioning plan was explained in detail in the packet that you received. We're certainly happy to go over that plan as well, as we know there was questions about the recycling process, and we are committed to making sure that those recycling processes do happen. And as staff explained, that this does follow the standards outlined in the ordinance, so we would ask that you grant the applicant's request for the IUP with the conditions presented. And I'm happy to entertain any questions at this time as well.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, I guess not. So,
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify?
Becky Miller, Zion Township Supervisor. I'm representing Zion Township on behalf of our chairman, Dwayne Berg, who was unable to attend today because of medical reasons. Want everyone to know here on the board that our supervisors board were unanimous in the decision to request a pause on this conditional use permit. The application is not consistent with the section 1.2 A, B, C, D, and F, along with section 9.31 of the Stearns County Land Use Ordinance of 439. The proposal does not conform to the future use map of Zion Township, and Zion Township placed a moratorium on any of these future applications and does not support this request at this time due to the need of speaking to the residents for their input and to do further research on the solar farms and their impact. Zion Township's goal is for active farming of the land. As our land use states, it's an A80 zoning. Respect our decision as a local grassroots government to decide what the standards should be for solar farms, since we are the closest to the residents and that community. We currently have 2 solar farms in Zion Township, and we just attended our annual meeting. Townships, other townships in the state are also concerned about the solar farm expansions. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Becky?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Becky, just, and maybe you don't know this off the top, of the 2 solar farms arrays that are in place, has the township, and maybe Randy might, or some of the staff might know this, have you seen a revenue increase off of those properties?
No, we have not.
Okay, and they're 1 megawatt arrays, I presume?
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Anyone else wishing to testify?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, respond to a few of the comments that were brought up.
Okay.
We did hear a lot about this is not compatible. However, there was no specific examples given about compatibility. And when we analyze compatibility, we don't look for same uses. We look to see, would the use cause issue to neighboring landowners? And right now, there are no facts presented that show that this particular solar farm would cause any issues to neighboring solar farms as well. The supervisor talked about the goals of the township, and those are commendable goals, but right now we have to apply the ordinances as they're adopted. We cannot be hypothetical in the ordinances that they might adopt. We have to look at the criteria that is currently adopted. And the criteria that is currently in place is met by the applicant, and that is why we'd ask that you grant their application for the interim use permit. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak?
Chairperson, Commissioners, I just wanted to comment, this last legislative session, the state legislature made a change to the law where if there are more than 1 megawatt of solar gardens, then the property taxation changes from an agricultural use to the commercial utility industrial scale use, which is taxed at, if I remember the numbers right, it's taxed at 1.5% for the first $150,000 and then 2% thereafter. So you would see an increase in the property taxation. There is also public discussion going on right now about energy production taxation. Historically, for projects that are larger than 1 megawatt, that taxation is $1.20 per megawatt hour that is paid to the Department of Revenue and then given back to the county and the township on an 80-20% split. Nokomis Energy is on record in other jurisdictions publicly supporting that out of principles of equity and support the permitting process. I will say it is a significant boon, especially to other parts of the county that, other parts of the state that do have significant solar and wind energy production taxes. In some places, it makes up to 10% of their county budget, specifically in the southwest part of the state. So I'd appreciate if you take that into consideration. Thank you.
I would just like to reiterate that we respectfully request for you to allow us as the township to make the decision if this is conducive to what we want in our future for our township, and allow us the time for our residents and us to gather additional information before you make your decision. Thank you.
Sandy Clocker, Avon. You kind of know where I stand already on something like this. Are we looking at money, or are we looking at the safety of the people? And what do we really know the outcome is in the future? We've got a representative here from the people that live in that community that are asking that you listen to the people. I'm not sure if you know what HARP is, but it's a isospheric modification experiment that is in Alaska. And it stands for High Frequency Aerial Research Program. If you do your research, you're going to see that that's climate modification. Please do the research. 275 pages were included in the agenda on this information, and I have some questions. But first of all, I question, and you guys know if you read anything that I send to you, if there is any electromagnetic hazards, is there any toxic proposal? I'm here month after month watching the waste management conditions. How are we going to get rid of these panels in the future, and what happens if they're destroyed in the meantime? China produces the panels, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they are putting up coal plants versus solar fields. I am a real estate agent. I don't know if we have enough information on what that's going to do to value a property that lives next door. Then I went through and I wanted to just pull out the Nokomis has presented quite a few slides here. So they are going to, because this is green energy, right? We are saving the planet. They put Roundup on the property, which is cancer causing. Then they spray it again with another herbicide. This is from their study. Then they plant some flowers on it, right? Some wildflowers. Personally, I have never seen any wildflowers under any solar farms. Maybe you have? You have? Mm-hmm. You have? Okay, I guess I stopped to look, and I have never seen any. So it says that they're going to put 28% of the wildflowers. So if this is wildflowers and pollinators that we want, does it make more sense just to take a 7-acre parcel and put wildflowers on it? Then it says that they are, I'm sorry, lost my spot here. Couple more slides here. Let's see, the tax rate, I don't really understand. I guess I need to know that. But if it is if it's rated as an agricultural non-homestead land, I just would like to know if it's taxed higher or lower than the regular agriculture or residential. So are they getting any tax breaks, I guess is what I'm asking. Then it has a nitrate, okay, this one is really interesting. It reduces nitrate filtration into the drinking water. It sounds like from this study, you saw that this area has a high nitrates. So being in the business, and having to sell homes where we have to put in $25,000 or $30,000 septic systems before a home is permitted or before a home can be sold, or to protect the groundwaters. If they're saying that the prairie cover reduces the nitrate filtration, why don't our septic systems just go with that prairie ground cover? And then lastly, it says here that no structure is protected by an act of God. I think they're talking about the tornado. So if it is damage, number one, they carry the insurance and they maintain. I don't know if we as a county are even looking into that. This is the accountability portion that we talk about quite a bit. But they assess the damage, and then they have a 12-month timeline to decide what they're going to do with those panels. I guess I would like to ask them what studies have come up with any kind of a mediation in that sense for taking care. And I guess there was one more, stray voltage. I hadn't heard of that before. So I looked it up, and I think it was kind of like a maybe a power surge, right? Probably not everything goes perfect all the time, right? We're working with electricity and something that is man-made. So it says, though drops in milk production on dairy farms can vary from the heat source, from whatever could do, they will do a study, it says. I hope you saw this in your packet. So that they will do an investigation into the cause to find out if this voltage, meaning electromagnetic radiation, caused anything in the milk production. Now, if that is your daughter, your grandchild, your niece who is lactating and breastfeeding, if they're going to look and see if it has a problem with the cows, does it affect humans? I think you need to put a moratorium on any more solar fields until we really know how these work and if there is any health hazards. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Anyone else wishing to testify? Last.
Commissioner Persky, Chair Persky, Commissioners, I just want to respond to a couple of factual inaccuracies. She was describing how we spray Roundup on our site. We spray Roundup once or twice to establish the prairie ground cover that is required in the Board and Water Solar Resources. Once that prairie is established under year 3, 4, 5, per the county's requirements, it doesn't get sprayed again. It's established ground cover, just like it was eons ago before we started turning over the land to farm it. There is actually positive water filtration benefit from prairie ground cover because they have deep roots, because they filter out the nitrates that come from other sources in the community and actually benefit the aquifer. I did detail for Zion Township that the aquifer immediately around the city of Roscoe is near pollution, if not polluted with nitrates. So these projects would reduce that pollution. I'm not entirely sure what the commentator was describing. I think she's talking about stray voltage, which does happen on dairy farms. The research on that, largely coming from the University of Wisconsin, says that about 90% of stray voltage happens after the meter because a farmer has decided to change something on their wiring so it is no longer properly grounded. That has never happened on any solar site that I've seen. Most of the technologies where stray voltage occurs happens when there's not a licensed electrician or engineer that actually does the system. Other jurisdictions require us to do a pre and post stray voltage study. To my knowledge, I don't have a dairy farm anywhere near this project. And at that, I'll rest. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Last call. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Angie, do we have any written testimony sent in?
Mr. Chair, the only written testimony we received was a memo from the applicant's attorney, which you were given a copy of this morning.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, maybe just a couple of points of clarification that staff can do. In regards to the vegetation, the pollinator, they do put up a bond so that within, what, 3 years, they have to have established a pollinator?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner Nutch. It's typically a 3-year establishment period to get that going, and at that point, once it's established, we will release their bond back.
And Mr. Chair, just from my personal experience, because I've done it, I've done a pollinator plot on my farm, and they will advise you to spray Roundup, kill everything that's there, spray it again, and then don't work the ground, just interseed your pollinators. Otherwise, you stir the seed bed up again, or the weed bed up again, and your pollinators are going to get suppressed by the weed growth, because there's so many weed seeds in our ground. If you work it up, the weeds are going to come up faster than the pollinators. So in order to get the pollinators established, a lot of times they request that you spray it with a Roundup type product, just to clear that out. Okay. That's just my experience with it. Same with the stray voltage. If I can comment on that a little bit, because I deal a lot with farmers. Stray voltage, nobody really understands really what that term is. Your utilities, try and prevent it. Sometimes you just can't figure out why it does what it does. Mm-hmm. I worked with some larger dairy farms, and they still have issues. And sometimes it's from behind the meter. Sometimes it's a neighbor that's got a bad condenser or capacitor or something. And electricity takes the quickest way back to the point of origin, which is a substation or something like that, if you happen to be in that path. When it comes to the milk, how it affects the milk production is if the cows go in, let's say to get milked, and there's stray voltages there, they don't want you to attach that unit, because that unit's gonna, cause them to get a shock. So they don't want to drop their milk, and if that's the case, they tend to get mastitis because they're not being milked properly. The other thing is it can be in the drinking water. If farmers will tell you if they see cows lapping the water, a lot of times that's a sign there could be stray voltage. So farmers that have it, and you feel for them, because they fight to try and get rid of it. Some of them are really good. They can witch it, and they can find the solutions themselves, but others, it can be 10, 20 years, and a lot of times the fear, I think, for most power companies is they don't want to be sued. If they fix a problem, and the farmer just says, the one I'm working with now is just like, just fix it. I just want to farm.
Steve, this is new to me. Does it happen on an hourly, daily, or monthly basis? How often do you get the surges?
It depends. A lot of times when you have moisture, that's when it's worse, because the ground's dry, so there's nothing there to, your contaminants in your water, the irons and stuff like that, are what attracts the voltage.
Sure.
So when it's dry, most of these farms don't have a big issue. When it rains or the snow melts in the spring, that's when they start. And the one I'm working with now, the neighbor turns the grain dryer on in the fall, and they just get ready for it. I mean, it's weird. It's kind of a weird science. Nobody really knows. I wish they could come up with the answer, so farmers that want to farm and milk could. But.
Angie, I've got a question. I'm just looking. Was there a Lisa score on this property?
There would. I'll let Jennifer talk about that, and I can
Okay,
pull it up
Jennifer.
here.
Actually, no, Mr. Chair, we
No?
did not run a lease on this property.
Okay, yeah, because I was looking for that.
If I can, Mr. Chair, I just want to add some comments. I guess I'm going to be in support of continuing this application. I think there's a lot of benefits that are being kind of overlooked. One of them is the tax change that obviously Commissioner Persky, you were a big advocate for. The other thing is, this is a use that can always go back to its original use. We just approved in consent converting a 42 acre to an R10. So we just took 42, almost 43 acres out of the ag zone and just put them in a residential that once those buildings are on, that land will never go back to farming. This here, 25 years or whenever the lease is up, the farmer could say, I'm done, take it out, plows it up, plants corn or whatever. So I'm a kind of not necessarily a big advocate of solar, but for the land use purpose, I think if we want to protect our ag land, I think this is an option that's gonna allow for some of that. Plus, you know, there's some property rights to the owners. I mean, if, whether it's passing on to the next generation, helping cash flow the farm, you know, I think as long as it's not infringing on anybody, they should have the right to do so. Those are just my comments.
Okay. Anyone else, comments? Anyone else with comments?
Puts me on a dilemma because I very much want to recognize the opinions of the township, but once in a while, I mean, the local property owners disagree with the opinions of the township. We've certainly seen that here. The only question I have outstanding is what's the time frame on this particular application that we have to make a decision? And that'd be a staff question.
Sure. Yeah, I can address that, Commissioner Lenzmeyer. Unless a waiver is signed by the applicant, the deadline to act on it would be January 13th. So you have one more meeting before then.
Mr. Chair, as stated in your staff or in the review for today, though, you need to make a decision today so that findings can be approved at your next meeting. And that again would be, as Jennifer indicated, without a signed waiver from the applicants, and we would need that right now, I mean, during the meeting.
Mr. Bertram?
Go ahead.
Oh, and I was going to say, Mr. Chair, and I also respect, you know, the township. I mean, I served on township for 15 years, and I hope there can be, you know, future dialogue. You know, obviously the solars, you know, arrays, farms didn't just, you know, come about in the last year or two. You know, we've been dealing with them for quite a while, and, you know, in retrospect, you know, a lot of the townships, you know, until it affects them, probably really didn't pay much attention to it.
Yeah.
But, you know, going forward, I think there's an opportunity here for any township that would like, with probably the help of the county, you know, to come up with what would they like? You know, do they want them? Do they not want them? Do they want them in certain areas? And obviously, it's all dependent on where the power source is coming from, where they get located. So that's just my thought, you know, and I'm more than willing to sit in on a township meeting and listen to comments, concerns, or help them if need be.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bertram?
Mr. Chairman, to Lee's question, Lee, those are both good questions, good points. We always tell local units of government, we want to hear from you, we want to work with you, we want to listen to you. Well, this is a clear decision to be able to do that. I mean, and the time frame, I think is interesting. I didn't hear the supervisor. I was at the Planning Commission meeting. I was at the township meeting. I never heard the township say, we absolutely don't want solar. In fact, they've got 2, they're going to have 3 because the staff's in the process of approving a 3rd one. I think I got that right. So they'll have 3. They're not opposed, and I never heard them say they were opposed to solar. What they said was, okay, well, if this is going to be a thing in Zion Township, give us some time to come up with our standards that we can move forward. And so that, acting on it today, we would have to, again, my understanding is we either have to approve or deny and then do them. So if we move to deny, that does not end this. That just ends it for now. You can't come back for a year, if I remember right, with another application, which would coincide potentially with the moratorium, which then they'll have their ducks in a row, and then they may allow something. And then that process would work itself through. As long as we're stating things on the record, for the record, I said they weren't notified by the county. And so just as long as we're stating things for the record, I don't charge what higher ups do, but that's what I said. The IUPs have been granted, this, you know, what was said earlier, and they've been denied. There's been solar applications that have been denied by the county and by the Planning Commission, recommended denial. Many more recommended denial by the Planning Commission than have been actually denied, but the board has denied more than one IUP, so it's gone both ways. the issues to the residents. Again, having been, Zion Township is one of the smallest townships in Stearns County. I think their budget's less than $500,000. They meet at a kitchen table with great lunch after the meeting. That's as grassroots as you can get. You can maybe get invited if you're lucky. I know somebody that can get you in. But the point is, that's as local as you can get.
Yeah.
And again, it would be a huge disrespect to them, in my opinion, to allow this to move forward when they're saying, just give us some time to work this through. 600 acres of Zion Township are public lands that have been taken out of its wetlands and what have you. However, the taxation has been decreased significantly because of that. Again, the township certainly is workable with those kinds of properties, but how much burden do you put on a township with a limited population and limited budget? One thing that did not come up that I wasn't aware of, but Mr. Reek from the township came to the planning commission meeting, and he farms a lot of land around that area. There was a fire on one of the solar panels in Paynesville Township, which I didn't know. I had heard this was direct. Everybody saw it. Fire department recognized it. They can't go on to the solar site to put the fire out. Well, my gut reaction was, well, so you lose a solar panel or two. Well, that's a solar farm's issue, nobody else's. Well, you got dead grass. You can't put the fire out on the solar panel. That hits the ground, becomes a grass fire. I'm sure you know it. It affects a lot of people. And so they couldn't access the property. I don't know what the semantics are of that, but Mr. Reek certainly is more knowledgeable of that than I was. The Lisa score, I can tell you, is favorable. It's farmable land. And the township has said they'd prefer in that township, again, I'm going to defer to the township, to have that farmable lands. And property rights, in all my years on the Planning Commission, I always said, you know, people would talk about property rights, and of course it goes both ways. My property rights end on your property line, and your property rights start on your property line. So it may be perceived as being something positive to one, and it's not positive. Our role in the Planning Commission, our role as county board is not to, it's to discourage conflict, not encourage it. It's to hear and listen to the public, and the staff will certainly come up with the findings, but clearly, in my opinion, what the Planning Commission went through, and it was a 3-3 vote, which, you know, some might say it should have been 6-0, but a 3-3 on this is significant, and of course, that's why we're doing it. But it's certainly the agricultural goals, not utilizing the practice to protect farmland, retain the areas of highly valuable agriculture. It does not meet those goals, and there's 3 of them within the agricultural goals, 3 of them within the agricultural use policies, and then there's 1 of them in the crop and product diversification policy. So again, it's one of these things. Marcus Miller used to be a assistant county attorney, and he would tell the Planning Commission, I could represent that either way. So you can make a case that this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you can make the case that there's some concerns. Again, at EMC, a lot of concerns were raised in different levels, and we really got to prepare ourselves for next year with the change in the legislation. But for today, I'm going to make a motion to recommend denial because I want to hear the township. I want to let them work their process through, and because of all the concerns that have been raised in Zion Township and on the county planning level and today. So I make that motion.
I'll second it with discussion.
Okay, got a motion and a second to deny the request. And we'll open that back to you.
With the denial, the applicant can reapply in a year. That said, if the application is sufficiently different, and whatever significantly means, from the original application, this idea can come back if it's changed. You know, maybe the change could be interpreted as narrowly as dotting an I and crossing a T. Maybe not, but isn't there a 1 year window or a 1 year? 1 year has something to do with it, okay? And that's probably not, I haven't probably stated it in the most eloquent manner, but you want to fill in the gaps for me before I bury myself?
Mr. Chair, I can take that. Commissioner Lenzmeyer, yes, it's 1 year, and there is exceptions to that, and it would be also the township moratorium expiring and another, the township deciding how they want to handle solar. So if they're done in 6 months, this application could come back. It wouldn't have to wait. It's basically if circumstances change, which is interpreted in this case would include a moratorium expiring.
Angie, and that's what I was going to ask you. So actually, the application could come back. It doesn't have to wait. It could wait until the moratorium is, and the applicants could make that request?
Right.
Or would it have to be a new application?
It would, Mr. Chair, definitely have to be a new application. This application has to be considered today on its merits. And the way the township adopted the moratorium, it did not apply to current projects, which, in all due respect to the township supervisor sitting here, they didn't write it. I'm sure their attorney did. But these situations come up and they really continue to put county commissioners in an interesting position, because now you're being asked to not approve something even though their moratorium says it should be. So the answer is you have to act today on this request. If the moratorium expires and the township decides to allow solar, then it would come to you as a whole new brand new application.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Angie, I think, and I could be wrong, I don't think it says it should be, it says it could be.
What do you mean?
Where you said that the 2 years prior, the application should be, I think it says can be or could be. I could be wrong. But the intent, as again, I'm not an attorney either, but the intent of what the request is and the intent of the township was to take a pause to figure this all out. And that's even better news, Mr. Chairman, members, that it could come back sooner once they do what they want to do, and then they release the moratorium and then have their standard. It could come back sooner. And when you say come back in a different form, 99% of what we see today won't change much. You know, most of the work's been done, so when and if it does come back, it really doesn't put more of a burden. It just has to be tweaked, potentially, depending on what the township does.
Steve?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. You know, there's two things sometimes I think we also forget. The property owner is also a taxpaying entity of the township.
Yeah.
So, you know, sometimes we keep talking about the developer, but, you know, you also have a township landowner, you know, who is basically requesting to have this done to their property. And right now it is you know, it's a permissible use in an ag zone. The other thing sometimes too, I think that townships, you know, not just Zion, but these smaller townships might be missing an opportunity to generate additional revenue. You know, you talk about 600 acres that goes into, you know, whether it's federal land or wildlife management, where it's a PILT payment instead of a regular property tax value payment. You know, here you have the chance to increase the revenue, you know, not only to the county, but to the township. And it's another, basically, source of revenue, you know, for these smaller townships. Because what would happen to any of our townships or areas, let's say we have a 30% decrease in ag valuation. Okay, so now the property tax shift is gonna occur to who? Probably the resident, you know, the R1s or commercial properties. So, you know, the local taxing authority is gonna have to deal with an issue similar to that. You know, right now, yeah, ag land has good value, so it's, you know, it has a high, you know, tax capacity or whatever the correct term is. So I think, you know, if it's Zion Township or any township, you know, this might be an opportunity if they're gonna do this study to say, well, let's look, what can our mix be? You know, instead of just having, it's kind of like, you know, a farmer just having one source of revenue. Well, if we did this, we could have two sources. So if this one is down, maybe this one's up. You know, I guess I'd look at it more open-mindedly, you know, let's see if we can maybe create a positive out of something that a lot of people think is a negative.
So what's a positive outcome then, Steve? Fill us in. Where do you see this going?
Well, what I could see is, number one, the land is going to be protected. You're going to have pollinators. It's not going to go into residential development. It's not going to go to commercial development. It might be a better use than if somebody builds a 10,000 cow dairy operation, or something like that on there where the neighbors, everybody,
Oh, God.
tends to not be too happy about.
Yeah, the poo would hit the propeller.
There's a
on that.
potential for additional tax revenue. I don't know. I just, there's negatives too. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
some people just, don't care for alternative energy. I'm not saying this is good. These alternatives are the answer to everything. Going back to if they build a coal-fired power plant on that property, I'm sure all the neighbors would be upset because they might have a tax devaluation from something like that. But again, just my
What
opinion.
I'm hearing is a denial isn't the end. It's another chapter in this story. I call stories like this as the stomach churns. Yeah, all righty, I know where I want to go.
Mr. Chairman, in Zion Township, to their credit, again, that's what's beautiful about this. I've helped the Rose out in St. Wendell Township talk about property rights. The county wasn't going to let her do what she wanted to do in St. Wendell Township, and I helped her through that. Again, it's in the eyes of the beholder, and you kind of conveniently say, well, we want to help you, and then over here, pretty much we didn't want to help you. But the landowner, God bless Rose, she's not a resident. The residents have expressed loud and clear what they want. They live there. And there is a difference between a property owner and all these solar sites. And again, God knows I've heard 50 applications, and I supported some of them. But they readily upfront say, we won't be back for a year. We might look at the property once a year, have somebody check in on it once in a while. Boy, you have a landowner like that in the city or in the township, people get a little nervous. But Zion Township has a manure digester on a farm site. So talk about creating value. No, there's a value. There's something that, again, in townships, that's what's beautiful about. I'll never tell, a township what, I'm not going to tell St. Joe Township what to do. And I don't think we should tell Zion Township what to do. Zion Township has said for right now, they want to pursue looking at their ordinances and coming up something. I'm going to respect that.
So this isn't the end, it's just
For today.
another chapter.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, a question for you, Lee, and then a comment. Lee, then are you thinking we need to change what the process in which property owners have so that it clearly states a denial by the county board doesn't mean it's actually a denial permanently? And then would we waive the fees the next time they applied?
Yeah, if it comes back and it's changed, then it can be reconsidered. So and the road to hell is paved with specific definitions. What's a change? And so, and how big a change? They're certainly not going to make a proposal.
In your mind, if the township lifts the moratorium that goes into effect after this proposed project,
I'd like to see.
Would you be saying that they're making a change is enough for that to count as a change?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand kind of what you're thinking.
And I guess the big picture, no matter what we decide right now, this won't be the end.
Okay.
So and I think these troublesome, meddlesome applications are a good deal for us in the long run because we have to do some thinking. So at this point, a denial won't be a denial. It'll be a delay.
Mr. Chair.
So my comment, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, and then I'll do my comment.
I was just going to say that the elephant in the room is if the township decides to change their ordinance to prohibit solar, a denial would be a denial today.
Correct.
Okay, so just so everyone's clear. And actually, the board doesn't have to be the one to decide whether an application is changed enough to come back. That's something the department would do, and I know we would bring it back once the moratorium is decided. assuming they don't prohibit it.
And Mr. Chairman, those are both good points. Somebody who's a lot smarter than me said once, I don't deal with hypotheticals. You know, there's a lot of hypotheticals. However, what you're saying is true. Today is not, if we deny this, it's not, trust me, solar's gonna be around.
Yeah.
So, but again, the motion and the second is.
And I was still
to
going to make my
recommend
comment
denial.
if that's okay, Commissioner
Absolutely.
Bertram. I'm going to be voting against the motion. I believe that for today, be given, well, actually, all the reasons you stated, Steve, so I'm not going to be redundant. I'll just say ditto on that. And because this particular property, from the way one should look, I think, look at due process, is the township made the moratorium for after this was in. It didn't apply to this. If they had wanted it to, it could have clearly done it. And so I always remain concerned about that. Our board continues to have about 2.5 votes at any given time on this one way or the other. And so I hope, Lee, that you are right in the long run, that some things get worked out. State clearly is going to keep saying yes to bigger things. The nice thing about this is they tend to be smaller. So anyways, I'm going to be not supporting the motion. That doesn't mean I don't support the township. I hope that you get a chance to really look through, really figure out what you're wanting to do. We can be of help. Very much respect that. Something comes in after that deadline, I'm all for saying we're not even looking at it because you made a moratorium.
In all due respect, Lee, I'd like to talk over the dead horse. I haven't had a chance to talk yet.
Well, Joe, I forgot what the motion is, so thank you.
Okay. The motion was a denial by Commissioner Bertram and a second by you.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we had enough dialogue on this, and I do believe also that just shows you we're not quite certain where we all want to go on this.
Right.
And I do very much respect the township, and I respect their wishes to have a pause. Just because the applicants got it in, I think that was perhaps a matter of trying to beat the clock. Even though it wasn't a hard moratorium, the thought of having the moratorium had always been there. But that's my opinion. The Planning Commission going 3-3 was not actually a way to support it or deny it. And by all means, I guess I would like to go ahead and respect the wishes. Does that kill it? No, it doesn't. I think it can come back. We'll wait till after the moratorium, and we'll see what happens with it. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call the question on the support of a denial. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. We'll do a roll call, Randy.
Commissioner Clark,
No.
Commissioner Bertram,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenzmeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Notch,
No.
Commissioner Persky.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And of course, Angie, you're going to be communicating with the applicants if they want to reapply after the moratorium. They'll take care of that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll move on to Human Services.
Yeah, piece of cake.
Are you taking a break?
No. Carry on.
Listen, nobody wants to listen to you. Well, everybody's leaving. Well, Julie will stay.
That's
All right. Well, thank you, Julie.
They must have heard Melissa give a presentation before.
They love my presentations, for the record.
Don't put that in the minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll have to relinquish my role in being in charge of Cheap Shot.
All right.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Melissa Huberty, the Human Services Administrator. There are 5 items on the Human Services consent agenda today. First item is J1 on page 429, and it's to approve the cooperative agreement between the Stearns County Human Services Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Stearns County Attorney's Office, and the Minnesota Department of Human Services for our child support enforcement services. Item J2 on page 431 is to approve the grant agreement with the Minnesota Department of Human Services for the Child and Teen Checkup Programs to help ensure children have access to quality health services. Item J3 on page 434 is to approve the contract with Avon for employment services to support MFIP recipients towards self-sufficiency. Item J4 on page 436 is to approve the contract with the Central Minnesota Mental Health Center for detoxification services. And finally, item J5 on page 438 for informational purposes only for claims paid. And I am available for questions.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the consent, Human Services consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and I was just going to ask the board, we're all comfortable with moving all those items at once?
Yep.
Anybody want to pull any of them?
All 5 items?
Yeah,
We generally do.
They're
that.
all consent, right?
They're all consent.
all right, yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll vote against that, but if you can get, 4, 3 positive.
Did you want to pull, you can pull one if you want, Lee, for discussion, if you wanted to pull one.
Nope.
Okay. All right. So I got a motion and a second to approve items J 1 through 5. Any discussion?
Is this, I'm sorry, I was distracted for a little bit. This is the one where the fee went from $300 and some to $800. You want to just talk about that a little bit?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, I'd be happy to. The fee for detox services went up from, I think, $355 to $800 a day. We were informed this year from the Central Minnesota Mental Health Center that the counties, the 4 county areas, and actually all of the counties who use the detox services in Central Minnesota Mental Health Center had been underpaying for years. That, along with the overall rates increasing, had increased the rate. And this is actually what it does cost for them. However, maybe the good news is we have a new behavioral health fund, and we are able to pay for services through that fund because the mental health center is now licensed for withdrawal management. That allows them to receive payments for that, and that will help offset, in theory, the county levy dollars. This is a mandated services. We are required to have detox services, and we're hoping and we'll be watching the rates this year very closely to see how it actually plays out in practice. In theory, we could be paying a little less. We could be paying for fewer individuals through the county levy dollars because we have the new behavioral health fund. So how's that for complicated? But that is.
And Mr. Chairman, I mean, obviously it's problematic, and I'm sure it raised a red flag, but we have to approve it, but I don't feel comfortable. I mean, that's a hell of a rate increase.
Correct.
If we raise our salaries from $40,000 to, $572,000, I think there'd be some reaction. So and part of the problem, I suppose, is we have no place else to go.
Correct. I mean, our people go to this detox service and we have to pay for the service.
Because there was something on the youth, on the consent agenda through the sheriff's department that, those fees went up significantly. So again, part of this is how do we stay ahead of suddenly having people saying, well, they can't come anyplace else. We can charge whatever we need to charge. And I'm sure you're on that.
Correct. Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Bertram, also of note is that detox centers are closing around the state because they can't afford it any longer, and it's a mandated service. So it's an interesting time right now. So we're watching that closely.
Mr. Chair and Melissa, the other one to note that's not in front of us right now is the state facilities have also all gone up a lot this year, a lot.
Correct.
I mean, it was pretty crazy. It's like, holy cow, what are we supposed to do about that?
That is correct.
Okay. Any of the others for discussion? If not, I'll call the question to approve items J 1 through 5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for waiting it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're finally getting to the end of the meeting here. It was supposed to be done at 11:40, but I guess we missed that timeline. Randy, Steve, do you have anything for us?
No, I think we've covered enough
We've
today.
exhausted it? Okay. Lee, I'll start at your end.
I have nothing.
Nothing? Okay. Jeff?
Mr. Chairman, just an observation, being at NACO and being at several AMC functions now, I was pleased to see that there was moments of silences at all of them, including the annual meeting this past week. And I brought this up for a year. I'm going to keep bringing it up. I think we should have that conversation. If NACO does it, and if AMC does it, and other counties are doing it, I don't know why we're not doing it.
Okay.
Do they do it for anything, or is it for deceased members?
General. Is how I remember it.
Yeah, they do it at the beginning of the first day. They don't do it in any of the committee meetings.
Steve, you got something?
Maybe a request to the staff is, I think I mentioned this once before, if we have public hearings, we should probably maybe do them at the beginning so they don't have to sit and wait till the very end.
Yeah, yeah, perhaps.
You know,
Good idea.
stuff to meter 10 times, well, especially on a long agenda like today.
Understood.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that would be good. Unless we want them to suffer like us.
Let's see how we earn our
You
pay,
know,
huh?
there's a little joy in community suffering. That's just the Missouri Synod coming out.
But I think their chairs aren't as comfortable as these, though.
No, true. All right, anything
That
else,
is a really
Steve?
good observation.
No.
I was looking at our chairs from last year. These are much more comfortable.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, my.
So two
Yes.
things. So yeah, we're still happy about that, right? I'm grateful for these chairs. One was Joe and I were both at the third public meeting on the County Road 1 input. There's continues to be robust interest and conversation, and reinforces how hard these things are. And there's no perfect solutions, but it is good seeing people continue to participate. One of the concerns was the speed study that was currently done came out as keeping the speed study where it's at now, and they may come back to us, which there's nothing we can do about it yet, and that Jody and the team are trying to come up with some ways to help with slowing things down, which is also good. And then lastly, just because it's our last meeting of the year, I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Okay, well, good.
I won't describe this
Same to you.
process as therapeutic, but I came in with a headache and congested. Now I feel pretty good.
Yeah, might be the gavel lead.
Might be.
I take
Oh, he didn't hear
it.
it, Joe. Oh, I guess he did
Okay.
hear it.
Well, this being my last meeting, I want to thank all board members for a good year and a productive year. Likewise, today, there were a number
As
of,
chair.
yeah,
Well, you're not
You're
leaving
not
us.
going anywhere.
okay. No, I'm not, I hope not to be unless
Just
I have
on
an
the
axe in
record.
my deer stand. All right.
Oh, yeah.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to chair this board. Also, like I said, or was alluding to, is we had some controversial issues today, and yet we're able to have discussion on those and come up with a final vote, I think, hopefully with reason to continue to move on as a board and respect everybody's opinions. And finally, too, I do want to wish the folks that are remaining in the room here, and you, my fellow board members and the county, a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll look forward to a good year in 2024. So with that, I'm going to pound the gavel for the last